All right, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor, for the record, all council members are present.
Thank you. And then we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Furman, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Sure. So everybody to stand. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to ask permission to excuse myself for your workshop. In case you need me, I'm just across the hallway, but I have some legal matters I wanted to attend to for the city. Is that okay?
Sure thing.
Thank you, Mayor.
You just don't want to sit through this. Don't cut your department.
We'll move on to public comment. Do we have any public comments?
No comments, Mayor.
No? Not mine either? Thank you. We'll move on to our discussion items. Number 4.1, Indio Water Authority's recommended operating and capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Mr. Ray Trejo. Good afternoon.
Let me see. Is that
There you go.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Today we have a presentation on our proposed budget for this coming fiscal year. We want to start with our budget goals is to provide our customers with safe and most importantly, affordable, reliable water. We're very conscious of affordability. I want to start with our proposed revenues, and this table and chart demonstrate what we anticipate to expect for this coming year. We have a side-by-side comparison of last year's budget. That's the estimated closure, and our recommended fiscal year revenues. And you can see the year-over-year change is approximately 1.7%. By item, water utility payments are expected to increase by 2%. That's the growth that we anticipate in the city. And as we go down, meter and service fees, tremendous amount of development is going to help us collect those fees. And as we move to the grant reimbursement, the $137,000 there is what we'll receive for Avenue 50 consolidation. So that was actual grant funding we received. We don't have any for the recommended fiscal year 23-24 because we were in the process of possibly signing some agreements with the state in the magnitude of about $900,000. Because that's not final, we're not proposing, and a lot of that is reimbursement, so it's passed through. So we'll see that as a net zero item in our revenue stream because we don't post it on an expenditure on the following slide. So that's why it's a net zero. Moving along, our expenditure summary. We went ahead and broke this down into what we refer to as the top line or the baseline. And what I mean by that is the expenditure uses, we have a subtotal of 4.5% increase. Salary and benefits makes up about 5% of that. That's anticipated overtime and some COLA adjustments as well that we anticipate. But there is no net proposed FTEs in our budget. We believe we can continue to operate efficiently using the tools and staff and cross-training that we've demonstrated in the last few years here. Operations and maintenance, you'll note that despite the cost of materials going up, we're again operating very efficiently, and there's a net decrease of about 4% in our proposed budget. Again, we're trying to figure out how to save costs in a more efficient way, and we're also cross-training our staff to make sure that we meet those obligations. Internal service fund, again, the top line, a 5% increase. Part of that is to fund 80% of a senior facilities maintenance worker. And then the following line item is transfer out to our capital improvement fund. And that is increasing year over year because last year we focused on the design of several projects. We'll actually see some construction coming up, and therefore you'll see a 53% increase in our capital. Most of that money is going for the downtown area, is to install a pipeline in that area and increase and make investments where we're trying to redevelop and make sure we bring more tenants to the city. So the top line subtotal of our baseline, what it takes to operate and maintain a facility, a utility I should say, is a 4.5% increase. Now, what we refer to one-time investments is beyond the 4.5%. So on the O&M side, we have Vector and a dump truck that we're investing in. That's in the magnitude of $1.2 million. So that, together with critical investments on the internal service fund, that includes generators, automatic transfer switches, and a core server replacement. That's going to augment our proposed budget by another $2.3 million. So collectively, the total increase is going to be 13.6% from last year. And I believe that this chart demonstrates where those investments are being made. But more importantly, our baseline utility operations is only a 4.5% increase year over year. As far as the capital improvement program, we have a summary of some of the key areas that we're proposing our investment. The most notable increase in this entire sheet here would be the pipeline replacement program, whereas we will make more significant investments in the downtown area to ensure that we collaborate with Public Works and co-locate utilities when we're investing in a stormwater system in the downtown. We're also putting in the respective pipe once we cut that street once is the goal, and we're coordinating with Juan and Tim on that. So a total of 3.9, nearly $4 million is what we propose as our investment. And this is our bottom line balance for our operating fund. Our operating revenue is about $24.9 million. We are transferring from unallocated fund balance, and essentially that's the revenue that we've been collecting and saving. And it's really designated for not only operations, but mostly for the capital improvements. So about $4 million of that is almost one for one for the capital improvement program. So the total fund sources is $29 million. The expenditures in summary are salary and benefits, O&M baseline, internal service fund baseline, the capital improvement, again, almost in the amount of the $4 million transfer, the one-time investments for O&M, and the critical investments for our facilities. The total is $29 million. That gives us a balanced budget. Now, when we transfer out of an allocated fund balance, it's key to note that we'll have $25 million after that transfer remaining in our balance. And in the past, I've demonstrated through our long-range finance plan that if we continue to operate at this rate and making investments back in our capital and our infrastructure, that we have about a 10-year period where we can sustain this type of expenditure. So year over year, we'll come to you as that $25 million starts getting drafted lower. We'll propose a rate increase that's appropriate for the timing and the investments we're making. With respect to the other two funds that we have the supplemental water supply fund projects. We have about $315,000. Part of that is for the East Valley Reclamation Authority, where we're trying to wrap up a recycled water master plan to demonstrate how cost prohibitive, in this case, it might be. And it's good to memorialize that and put closure to that project. So we've got an investment there. We also have a supplemental water supply fund study to ensure that the fees are appropriate in today's environment. And we're also comparing our supplemental water supply fund study with recent studies that were completed with CBWD for consistency. The last one is the water development impact fee. We'll have $280,000 for the drilling of a new well. We're only in the design phase, and one of the challenges with this project is to wait and see what the chromium-6 MCL will be at. The last thing we want to do is invest in a well that we then have to come back and invest an additional $12 million on just for treatment. So there is that caution and awareness that if we finish the design, we're going to wait and hold and ensure that the investment's appropriate. So our recommendation is that the City Council Authority Board review the recommended budget and provide direction with possible adoption of the budget at its regular meeting, June 2023. Open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Trejo. Any questions or comments? I have one question. When you say that we have a 4.5 increase in operations and management, and then we have a 2% increase in revenues, right?
Sure.
And so how are we keeping up with those rising costs compared to the rise in revenues?
So the 5% for the salary benefits is for that line item. It's not collectively for the entire 24 million. So for example, it would be $315,000 makes up that 5%.
Yeah, but at the subtotal of that, it's 4.5%.
That's correct, because what that includes is the capital improvement program. So if we were to deduct the capital improvement program, we'd be at a break even.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I should have
No,
probably
that makes sense.
pointed that a little bit more.
that makes sense.
Let me point out one slide I did skip over, and I apologies for that, is that, let me see it here. I went a little quick. The reserves here, it's important to note that not only do we have the $25 million of unallocated or savings, in addition to that, we have our reserve policies at maximum balance. That means we've set aside operating reserves, which is enough to keep us going in the event of major catastrophe. In addition to that, we have 3.7 million set aside for emergency reserves as well. So if there's any major event and we implement some sort of EOC, we have funding available to repair any significant infrastructure needs that we need immediately. So we're in a very good position.
Do you have any updates on the chromium-6 issues?
Yeah, we just attended the conference at Aqua, and we did meet with some of staff met with several of the folks. As it stands today, we're all anticipated that the chromium-6 MCL may come out as early as this fall, but we're not quite sure as the timing because it is on DDW's side. We anticipate that it comes out in the fall, and we're ready to take action on that. What I mean by that is we have a work plan in place where we're completing the conceptual design. Once we understand what that MCL is, we'll update our long-range finance plan and come before you with a plan on how we're going to fund that project, whether it's through grants or some level of rate increase, because we do have at least 12 months from the announcement of the MCL before it becomes law. And the reason for that is that there will probably be a reaction from the industry, possibly lawsuits towards that. In any event, we're anticipating that the 12 months, we'll organize ourselves for that rate increase. We're hoping that it's minor, mindful of our residents. And in addition to that, we're already preparing for grant funding applications as we speak. We just have to wait till it becomes law before we qualify for some of that money. Again, fall's the earliest we anticipated. If it comes any earlier than that, we have a game plan in place every step of the way to address that.
Okay, thank you. Any question?
Thank you. On the chromium-6 issue, the federal level hasn't changed, has it?
It has not, that's correct.
It's been static since we've had this issue, what, 8 years ago or 10 years ago?
That's correct, and there is no anticipation that that would change as of yet. It is just the state of California as it stands.
And is there any conversation around this disparity of the federal level and California taking such a strong position?
Absolutely, and the way it was communicated to DDW, Department of Drinking Water, which is the state arm of the regulation, is that on behalf of AQUA, the Associated California Water Agencies, we wrote a letter that clearly not only cited the federal levels, but we also cited the World Health Organization levels, which are 10 times what they're proposing. And we communicated that, as well as our concern with the cost and our concern on their lack of evidence and toxicity studies that support such a low MCL. So we did communicate that. Whether or not DDW decides to listen to that is really up to them as a regulatory agency.
Yeah, they didn't listen the first time, but I hope they listen the second time. The other question I have is you kind of breezed over when you talked about the supplemental water account, that you're wrapping that up. What did that really mean?
My apologies
300
for that. I can get to the slide.
That one.
Yes. What we're doing right now, and I'll start with the East Valley Reclamation Authority. That portion is, we're in the middle of, through that Everett JPA, is that we are conducting a recycle water master plan in conjunction with VSD. What we're studying is what opportunities exist and what are the fiscal impacts of those opportunities. Can we provide recycled water to golf courses in our area? Can we provide recycled water as injection into the basin? Or can we surface spread recycled water so that it's beneficial? What we're attempting to do is show and demonstrate once and for all that it's an extremely expensive process. That not only what we witness as VSD's proposed rate increases, this study would be additional cost in addition to what VSD proposed. So our intent here is to, by the end of this year, conclude a study that exhausts every possible use of recycled water, but more importantly, show us those cost impacts and show that it is so expensive. And again, it's up to debate on what investments VSD wants to make. But the goal here is to bring closure to any options that are available to us on the beneficial use of recycled water. It is a board that a couple of our council members, Councilman Miller and Councilwoman Holmes sits on. But the goal is to bring closure to that so that we understand the numbers holistically. And what we're finding is that those numbers are in excess of $8,000 an acre foot in some options.
Yeah, I know, I mean, today's prices can't compare to what was done in the past, but it just seems that it was so easy for the city of Palm Desert to convert and have, you know, the reclaimed water for landscape and irrigation. They did it 25 years ago, and it seemed like all they did was flip a switch.
I can address, if you'd like,
Yeah, I'd
just
like to.
briefly. It all is geographic location. What I mean by that is that in 2014, 2013, and even up to 2015, a lot of the golf courses, and I should say the East Valley golf courses, were not connected to canal water. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say, it is very affordable for golf courses to use canal water. It's in the magnitude of $50 an acre foot. Since then, this new study, these golf courses are no longer potential customers. And since 2013, 2014, I believe it's 32 out of our 37 East Valley golf courses are now using canal water. We're down to 5. And what that means is that our opportunities have shrunk significantly, and our competitor is $50 an acre foot. Just the treatment alone for VSD is in the magnitude of $2,000 to $2,500 an acre foot just for treatment. And we're not even talking about conveying those pipes to the golf course. This study's intent is to give us all those numbers, give us all those options, and understand what's the, not only is it technical challenges, but economically it's very challenging given the fact that we have canal water. A lot of other areas throughout Southern California don't have the luxury of canal water. They have no other choice, and therefore they do use recycled water, and it has to be subsidized significantly with federal and state grants, to be honest.
And what's the lifetime of the canal water? I mean, for how long can we depend on it?
Great question, and I think that's a major issue that's up for debate, not only at the local level, federal level, nationally. It's being discussed. As it stands right now, our alternative plan to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is addressing 30 years. And based on our modeling and based on our resources, the assumption is that we do have Colorado River cuts in that plan, that we do have State Water Project cuts in that plan. Even though this year, the State Water Project is at 100% allocation, we assumed lower of 35% allocation in that plan. Given all that data, the plan, which is updated, each year we check in on that plan, and it's updated every 5 years, but we check in the data every year, is suggesting we have enough water resources for the next 30 years. That could change, but we did make some assumptions that we would get cuts in the Colorado and get cuts in the State Water Project. And despite that, it still meets those challenges. Not to say that any legal or federal decisions outside of the existing agreements of the senior rights could change that, and if it does, we'd have to adapt to that.
Right, with everybody fighting for water.
My apologies for the lengthy discussion.
No, it's something that we needed to know that, because we're making long-term decisions. Even though we're just discussing one annual budget, we need to know how our decisions today impact the future. And I just want to go back to one more slide, the one where you had the 45% for, was it capital? Back, I think there, 53%. All the percentages make perfect sense when you go across, but when I go down, it doesn't make sense.
They should not be cumulative going down. Going across.
Not even averaged?
Going across is just per line item.
Right, and I get that.
Yeah.
But why not down? Is there an average?
The down is actually the sum of the total investment In other words, it's 4.5% increase is the 25.6 to 26.7 or 26.8. Collectively, the total net impact on 1 year to the next is 4.5%.
Okay, this still doesn't make sense, but I know you're right.
Sorry.
When you see 53% and you end up with 4.5, you're like,
And that percentage is relative, relative to the 2.6 going to almost 4 million, that would be 53. And
Right.
let me give you a better example. If we went from $100 to 153 on one line item, it would say 53%.
Right.
But it's only off of a $100 item.
right,
And that's probably a little clearer.
It's pretty big.
right, no, I understand
Yeah.
across, but when you look down, it's like,
Yeah, the down is probably misleading, and I should probably,
take it off.
yeah, take that off or put a little star in it that just
Yeah.
says it's line item. You're absolutely right with that respect, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, my
thank you
apologies for
thank
that.
you for the complete analysis, we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray, for the update, but, you know, when you talk about recycled water, there's absolutely no way that the golf courses could afford it or we could be able to do it. They just go belly up. When you're talking $50 to $2,500 plus infrastructure to rip it up our streets, to put it from the plant, which is in, you know, you could get the other plant up in CBWD off the top side of the Shadow Hills. But the other one, the cost would be so expensive that anybody that we hooked it into would not be able to afford it. It just wouldn't pencil out for anybody. So, I mean, it's good to plan, but I think that's probably a non-issue. On the recyclable water as a whole, I think it's something we can use, either put in a channel, use it for other stuff, maybe the as we discussed, the Fantasy Springs, maybe areas around there that we could do it, our own golf course, things like that, where we could actually feed. But on the chromium-6, you know, that's a one-size-fits-all. That's the problem with the state, is the city of Indio and other city jurisdictions are affected differently than the mainstream bigger cities, because they don't have that same issue with the chromium-6 from the rocks and the other stuff. So that's the problem with the state, is they continue to force something that only fits persons in certain areas. And like us, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the muscle to go against San Francisco, LA, Sacramento. So, you know, whatever you can do. But I'm worried about us not thinking further ahead, because after this debacle, the Valley Sanitary District, VSD, excuse me, I don't want to get in the same boat. You know, they came up, theirs was a pipe dream. They agreed to it, but as you start to raise the rates, I would rather see you start to slowly raise the rates and build this up now, so that we ain't having to put a 4 or 5 cent thing on top of people where people are up in arms and we have to back up because we need it. I'd rather see you come up with a thing, knowing that chromium-6 is going to be an issue. What is it going to take to get the rest of our wells on the site? Slowly, as you know, we did it last time when we shut a bunch of wells off, and we because we have a loop system, we were able to, you know, bring water in. But how do we put well by well by well on where it's not going to cost us $20 million at one time? I think it's prudent on you and your staff to start planning for that well and ahead. I'd rather see 1 cent increments over 5 years than 5 cents over one. So just my point.
I appreciate every word that you just shared with us, and that's exactly what's happening behind the scenes. And at some point, love to have a small study session to demonstrate what we're doing. And what we're finding right now early on is that given the 10 micrograms per liter, that we're looking at possibly one scenario, depending on the technology and depending on our initial bench scale testing, is that our worst case that we're looking at right now, unless the state changes it significantly, is about between 0 and 5% up to 5 years increase. Now, that needs to be tested with reality, meaning we still need that MCL, and we need to demonstrate that our technology will work, and it's been demonstrated. So very sensitive to rate increases, and you're absolutely right. We could begin with some, but everything you've asked for, everything you've shared with us is what we're doing, but I think it might be timely to share our draft presentation with you, a study session or what have you.
And I'll let the city manager speak, then I'll say something. Go ahead.
Well, it's just that our rates, as you know, have to reflect the true cost of delivering the service. And so until we know for sure, because it would be nice to throw a small increase in now in anticipation for what we think will be the case, but that may be legally tenuous because we don't know for sure. But the analysis is underway now, and so later this fall we'll have all that available. With regard to the Ever issue, the same. There's a feasibility study underway, so If that is a project that Evra and you as a council want to proceed with, we'll then have the information that would then justify some sort of rate adjustment.
And I can see them getting sued, the state of California. I don't see them losing, to be honest with you. Because, you know, the EPA is kind of stepped back away from whatever California wants to do from cars and everything else. They just don't get engaged. So I think we know it's coming. I think we just haven't got the word. So if we started to put towards that and did it anyways, put the money for that use, to change it anyways, to get prepared, because if it doesn't come this time, it's going to come in 2 years, it's going to come in 5 years. I just watched VSD sink from the things that they did, and they had to completely go backwards and stop everything. Now them coming forward with any kind of rate increase is going to be under such scrutiny that they put themselves behind an 8 ball. And I just don't want to do the same thing.
No, I think everybody's nodding up there, agreeing to the same issue. The mayor asked the question relative to the revenues are only going up 2%. What about our operations? That is when that is off, is a justification for some minor increase. But where it's pretty much balanced, it would be hard to do so. So we'll research the legal question, whether we can be a little preemptive, which is the suggestion, knowing that there's going to be a new MCL coming down on chromium 6. Can we just do something very minor because we know it's heading that direction, even if we don't know for sure? It will be a legal question whether we can justify a slight rate increase because of the anticipated regulation.
I think it's worth the effort.
Sure.
And if we put the money and set it aside for that, if we don't use it, which I think we would, I think we should put them in anyways for some of our wells that are higher, even though it doesn't go to the state issues. But at the same time, we can always rebate it back to our residents if we had to.
Sure.
I think CVWD already does it. And I think they do it under the auspices of future capital improvements.
Excellent point. You know, we're working with IAD now on this very critical issue of not having enough revenue flow to maintain the capital investments, as the Mayor Pro Tem indicated. So we could find some justification that helps minimize an annual increase. It isn't what's presented here because it's basically a wash, but we can consider that. There are some revenues from a previous decision relating to recycled water. I forgot what we called that, but some of these revenues, reserves rather, were set aside because of that very anticipation.
And I do want to compliment the last comment that a councilman said, is that we're proceeding as if there is no lawsuits, as if it's going to be law as soon as January of this coming year. And that's the aggressiveness that we have in place. What's holding us back from getting any grant funding is that it's not officially law yet, so we don't qualify in that quadrant. But by all means, we're pleased to hear what we're hearing. In other words, we're ready to move on.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. You guys got great staff.
Thank you for your great presentation, your attention to detail, and for your leadership for the department.
May I also
Go ahead.
recognize Brian Kinder, Michelle C.,
We know Brian.
and where's Miguel Peña in the room, because without them, I wouldn't have this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to item 4.2, fiscal year 2023-2024 budget recap and discussion. And we have Mr. Rockwell.
This may be the first year that the city treasurer is presenting the budget. Just wanted to make note of that for the record.
Could be better, could be worse. Double-sided. And actually, there are a few things missing, but I'm going to save that surprise for later. It's not significant. So good afternoon. I am Rob Rockwell, Assistant City Manager and Finance Director, and I'm at the podium, so you have to help me keep an eye on the people behind me, make sure nobody's falling asleep and missing out on this important information. You all should get copies of the workbook. There is a presentation, but the real details are in the workbook, and I hope you can walk through that with me as we go through this. The goal is, by the end of the few minutes we spend on here, you're going to have a very comfortable understanding of what the general fund is going to look like next year as far as revenue and expenditures levels. When I'm done, your Public Works Director, Tim Wassel, is going to come up and go over the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program piece of the budget. And then I know that will be followed up with a discussion with Brian Montgomery on some additional potential projects that we can add to the budget, because there is some surplus funds that is available that aren't programmed into the budget at this time. So if you can go through your workbook, you'll see on the very first page, there's a table of content. As you work through your workbook, you'll see there's a budget change highlight, general fund details by the tab, and then beyond the general fund, of course, we have a number of special revenue funds. That's usually grant money, money that's restricted for a specific purpose, capital project funds, which is money that's dedicated to capital improvements, proprietary funds, which are our business type funds, which include our enterprise funds, as well as our internal service funds. And then lastly, we'll talk briefly about the number of authorized positions in the budget. Probably going to spend most of the time kind of going through highlighting what the changes that are in the budget. After that, the presentation will go a bit faster. So just to give you a recap of how the budget is prepared. The budget from the current year is rolled forward. All the one-time expenditures that you approved this year are stripped out. We update the salary and benefits, and what that means is that there's a number of staff that are due merit increases every year. There are also certain labor agreements that you approved prior that go into the new numbers next year. And then we update the internal service fund costs. And what that means, if you'll just flip quickly to tab F, you'll see a list of the proprietary funds. And you'll notice there that we also have 5 internal service funds. That includes the risk fund. And in the risk fund, we budget the insurance, workers' comp and liability insurance. We also cover our retiree health care, information technology, all of our IT costs. The vehicle and equipment replacement fund is an internal service fund. Building and ground maintenance, as well as fleet maintenance. And what I'm trying to say is those budgets are done first because those costs are spread across all of the operational department budgets. So it's an important piece of updating the budget for the current year is to get those budgets and then to get all those costs spread through the rest of the organization. So once we do that, the city manager solicits information from the department heads as far as what some priorities might be for the coming year. And then together they work on deciding what's going to go into the presentation that's been provided to you as far as the proposed budget. So I'm going to go back now to tab A, and I'm just going to walk through some, knowing that most of the budget is really a rollover, except for the costs that are automatic. We're going to go through some of the highlights of what is actually included in the budget that's proposed to you today. So quickly going through the police department ads, there is money to cover additional flock camera leases. Those are the cameras that give the police department information on license plates. And you approved 20 this year. The funding that's in the budget is covering additional 25 for a total of 45 cameras citywide. We're also sending a lot of cadets through the academy, trying to enhance our police recruitment efforts. So there's $60,000 to put in the budget to cover those trainee costs. There's some set-aside money. You did fund a significant amount of new radios this year. That money was set aside prior as part of the transition over the public safety enterprise communication through the county. This money is actually money that's set aside for future radio replacement. So this 240 will be put aside and used in the future as we need to replace radios. After that, there is about $675,000 worth of improvements that need to happen at the existing police department headquarters. Some of that is just because the building's been sitting so long. Some of that has been motivated by, I think there were some water leaks that occurred over there that have to be replaced. The infrastructure has to be fixed. Those costs are actually built into the CIP, but I want you to know those are some of the special ads. In the area of economic development, there was a position exchange and a position moved that now is putting an office assistant within the economic development department. $65,000 was added for additional advertising and promotional services, 80 for appraisals and architect services. $300,000 that was put into the internal service fund dedicated to do building and maintenance, specifically downtown. There's a new concept called Downtown Ambassadors, and we're going to work through the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce to have some people out there that are going to direct people to the changes and help them understand what's going on downtown. So there's $200,000 in that in the budget for that. Also $700,000 for Highway 111 improvements. This is actually money that you dedicated for that this year that didn't get utilized, that we're rolling forward for next year, along with the next line, which is $700,000 for downtown building improvements. And then finally, there's some site selection demographic software that's funded in the budget at $44,000. In the area of community development, there's $100,000 in there to help with the housing element implementation, and $50,000 to cover some study of some sphere of influence costs. And of course, I forgot to mention that if you have any questions on these, the department head's here, or Brian is here to help you understand what those increases are. In the area of public works, there is in the budget 2 additional facility maintenance workers, funding to replace the teen center roof, teen center solar panel replacement, because the solar panels have to come off when you replace the roof. Public restroom exhaust fans at the senior center, along with senior center ADA sidewalk improvements, some emergency exit gate work at the Terralago Dog Park, teen center fire damper replacements, some automatic transfer switches at IWA. This has to do with the generator and backup power over there. Within the fire department, there's $25,000 for new fire station furniture at various locations, $150,000 for various roof repairs for city buildings, a hazardous material cage at the corporate yard, and $500,000 is being added for a street sweeper. Under the fire department, and this is probably the most significant of areas where there are budget increases, there is $76,000 being added to replace and to upgrade some of the gurneys that they use for the patients for the ambulances. There's $750,000, which is the city's 50% portion of a new ladder truck. That should sound very familiar to you. We were hoping to get that ladder truck 2 years ago, but due to supply demands, the construction got delayed, and hopefully we're going to see that ladder truck in the next year. So those are funds that have been on hold, and we've been reappropriating every year. The county and the city of La Quinta are sharing the costs of that ladder truck. And then, as I mentioned, there's a $1.6 million in contract services that we have to pay to the county for fire services. And that's mainly due to labor negotiations that are happening at the state level between the firefighters union and the state. If you remember last year, during COVID, I should say, there was a number of adjustments to salaries, some switching of how firefighters were paid. The more recent labor negotiations, the union is trying to fight for an adjusted work week that is 56-hour work week, which is the more standard work week schedule for normal firefighters versus what's now a 72-hour work week for the firefighters. All that's going to cost money. So all that's being built in, and we're expecting it to be about a $1.6 million hit on the city of Indio next fiscal year. Some other general notes. We have a Power Trip concert that's coming up in October. So there is assumed 1 weekend of Power Trip. Whether there is 2 weekends like there was in Desert Trip remains to be seen. And when I say in the budget, that means that there's an assumed $1.2 million in service costs that the city's going to incur and be directly reimbursed for. I don't have a whole lot of details yet on what exactly the safety plan is, or so I don't really have a solid budget to give you. That's just basing it off of what we think a weekend might be, something similar to Stagecoach. So then those numbers might change. In addition to what I mean when I say Power Trip is in, there's about $300,000 in additional assumed TOT. That will be due to campers at the site, as well as enhanced stays in short-term rentals, as well as hotels in the area. And lastly, the city has a ticket sharing policy, so the city gets roughly $7 per ticket. That amount goes up every year by CPI. So there's an assumed $600,000 in additional revenue to the city based on the ticket sales. And I don't know exactly what the ticket numbers are going to be. I don't know if they're going to go to 85 or they're going to shoot for 125. I'm sure that a lot of that is going to be dependent on demand, so that number may also change as well. There's also $460,000 that's in the budget. That's going to be covering some IT infrastructure, mainly tied to the new dispatch center. That's going to come out of the bond money, the borrowing that we did. We increased, typically the vehicle equipment and replacement fund has been funded at the $500,000 level. And the reality is that just hasn't been sufficient. Our equipment is getting old and it needs to be replaced. And so the only way we can catch up is to really dedicate $2 million a year into that fund for equipment and vehicle replacements. So that's within the budget now, that $2 million level. The Vehicle and Replacement Fund, this is something I mentioned earlier, is also holding $243,000 for future radio replacements. It's also holding on to $100,000 for future ambulance replacements. There's $2.4 million in the budget that's also a rollover for downtown property acquisitions. As the council knows, as some of these properties become available downtown, our goal is to take what we believe to be blighted areas and in hope of making them more economic benefit in the future. One not so significant change is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. It used to be a special revenue fund. That fund used to have its own revenue source through a benefit assessment district. This is years ago. More recently, it's all been funded from the general fund. So instead of just moving money out of the general fund into a special revenue fund to cover MPDS, we've moved those expenditures into Public Works Administration. Another significant change, and this shows up in the fire department, is the state Department of Healthcare Services has what they're calling intergovernmental transfer provide. They have the GEMT, Government and Medical Transport Provider Payment System, and what it's supposed to do, it's an add-on increase for Medi-Cal for the reimbursement rate, and we have a high number of Medi-Cal users in this city. So through this program, we'll potentially get more reimbursements on our ambulance services. But in order to get the money, you have to participate in the program, and it has to be pre-funded with the expectation you get back more than you put in. It's a brand new, it just started this year, but it does require the city to contribute what used to be about $90,000 a year to about $850,000 a year. And again, the plan is that we'll get that back and more, but the program is so new, the Department of Healthcare Services, if they don't have enough area people who are actually going to join into the program, they'll have to kill it.
So they actually want us to give them $850,000.
It's
We'll get more money back later.
It's a bit of a gamble, I have to say.
It's like a slot machine.
No, not quite.
Another government, state program.
Yep. But hopefully that will work out to our benefit. But other cities and counties have to agree to participate in the program, and it affects some of them more than others, like it affects Indio more than in other areas. Additionally, we have put in the full PERS trust deposit of $213,000. And just to explain that, when we pay our PERS costs, if we have the cash, we pay it all in the beginning of the year, instead of paying it month by month. And by doing that, it saves us in this next year, about $213,000. So what the council has been okay with in the past is that $213,000 in savings is put into the Pension Retirement Trust Fund. So certainly if the council wanted to dedicate more money to the retiree, I said health, retiree, this is the Pension Trust Fund, the council can do that. But we'll take the 213 and put it in that fund this next year, unless the council wants to either take that $200,000 in savings and apply it to something else, or make the money to increase the amount going into the trust. And when the money goes into the trust, what that means is it looks good on the books that we're putting money aside towards our $65 million unfunded pension liability, right? It's a big number. So it looks good, but the money can only be pulled out for pension purposes. That gives us a little bit of flexibility, because if any year that we're really having a difficult time paying for our pension obligations, we can pull money out of the trust to make our annual PERS payment. So putting the money aside is not necessarily a bad idea.
How much do we have in it now?
About 2.5, if I recall correctly. Yes. Again, we're not there yet. I mean, we're if you look at the actuarials, we're 65 to 69% funded. The numbers are looking better than they did a couple years ago. CalPERS had a couple really bad years of returns. They had a couple good years. They've implemented new stabilization plans, which really put a lot of pressure on cities for several years. We're kind of past that threshold, and we're now more in I would say a normalizing kind of environment of the PERS costs. They're still steep. They still go up, $500,000, $500,000 to $1 million a year, depending on how much internal changes we have. But PERS, I think, is stable. We, as a council and as a city, we did consider pension obligation bonds at one point that would have funded all that that liability at a lower interest rate that we could have got the bonds for. That unfortunately didn't work out. But PERS is looking okay. But the more money we can set aside, it just builds confidence for the future. If the city wants to borrow some more money, it just shows the prudence and the dedication and the fiscal responsibility.
And just to add, we do make a payment to PERS every year toward that 65. This was in addition to, and some buffer when we have a lean year.
Yeah, we probably pay $5 million a year in PERS costs, in addition to this modest set aside. Additionally, we have the Retiree Healthcare Trust. Very similar operation, except for there's no automatic funding source for the retiree healthcare. So what we've done in the past is that we budget to pay retiree healthcare every year. We usually budget about $2 million, and actual costs come in usually about 1.8 or 1.9. So anything that comes in under the budget at the end of the year, we take that money and put it into the Retiree Healthcare Trust, and there's probably $1.5 million, and I'll have to get you the actual numbers. Actually, you put in an extra $1 million in the Retiree Healthcare Trust last year, so it's probably also close to $2.5 million in that trust. And again, we can pull that money out to make retiree healthcare payments if we need to, so it's a bit of a protection. But it also looks good for the city to show that they're working towards funding that obligation, because again, the numbers for the healthcare trust are just as scary as the pension liability trusts, because the city was very generous in providing lifetime healthcare benefits to its retirees. So right now, given the budget, there's an assumed $100,000 that will be available at the end of the year, assuming the actual costs come in $100,000 less than the budget to put towards this program. And then lastly, there is about $10 million that's built into the budget to cover a capital project program details that Tim will be going over to you very shortly. I just want to go through quickly. This is the next pages of the workbook, a summary of the general fund situation. So if you happen to be looking at the document, it's actually page 2. I'm looking at the second page. The document before you actually breaks down all the general fund budgets for all the general fund departments. And there's a lot of history there with actual expenditures from fiscal year 19 through fiscal year 23. And there's the current, or 22, there's the current year budget, and then there's the proposed 23-24 numbers for each of the budget units for you. But if you look on the second page, you see the total results of that. And the total results of that is that there's planned proposed expenditures, including all the enhancements that I just mentioned to you. That's totaling $108.5 million. We have $96.8 million to support that level of expenditures. And while that may sound a little weird to you at first, the story gets better. So if you stop there, it's about $11.6 million spending deficit. But we haven't talked about Measure X. And given all the one-time projects that, okay.
He's losing it, but yeah, the expenditures have so many one-time components to it that the picture is much better.
Thank you. So if you're on tab A, yeah, let's just kind of give you a summary. You'll see at the bottom in the blue, it says 108.45 million, which is the recommended expenditure plan. Right under that is 96.8, which is the revenue assumptions, and we're going to go through those a little bit in more details in a minute. That's an $11.6 million, I would call deficit spending, if you will, because we're spending more money than we're expecting. We're not talking about Measure X yet. But there are about $14 million built into that budget of one-time expenditures, right, that we're going to cover with one-time money, and we'll go over that in a minute. But if you took all those one-time expenditures out, we'd be looking at a $2,364,000 surplus. So the story is good. We have about $2.4 million of ongoing revenue above ongoing expenditures if you take out the one-time costs. Okay, if you move on down to page 3, this is where we get into the Measure X conversation. The Measure X, of course, is the transactions and use tax. It's general purpose revenue, but we separate it for conversation purposes. We do have built into the budget $12.6 million of additional expenditures for Measure X, And these expenditures should sound very familiar with you. It's $1.17 million for the 2017 judgment obligation bonds. That's been consistent since we got Measure X. What is new is there's a built-in $5.9 million to pay for the debt service from the brand-new 2022 bonds. A little caveat there that we'll talk about later, because that's not the entire debt service. It'll be going up a little bit more in the future, probably $1 million. And there's a built-in $5.5 million expenditure for road improvements. That's a little higher than the typical 4.5 that we've talked about in the past, but the proposed budget includes 5.5. So there's about $5.8 million, because we're assuming we're going to have $18.5 million in Measure X revenue next year, $5.8 million that are unallocated dollars. And then if you follow the worksheet down, you'll see that we are expecting some additional one-time money. We get one-time money because we get revenue more than we had expected, or we underspend in a prior period. So in the Measure X category, we're expecting there to be about $4.2 million in Measure X money that was never spent last year. We're expecting a little bit more Measure X money this year than we had budgeted. It's additional $4.7 million. So if you add the 4.7 one time, the 5.8 in ongoing Measure X money, that's about $10.6 million in Measure X money that we will be asking you to program by picking additional projects. And there's also some general fund money. There's about $9.7 million in general fund money that was unspent money from prior year. We are assuming a little bit better revenue than what's currently built into the budget for $2 million. That's additional revenue, and $3.9 million in savings. So that adds up to $15 million. And then in addition to that, what is unique, a little different than what we discussed in the past, and this is just more one-time money that's available to you. There's a unique situation in the bonds. In the bonds scenario, the bonds are funded. We pay for debt through a lease payment from the city to the Indio Finance Authority. So there's a lease payment, and then the Indio Finance Authority actually makes a debt service payment. So technically, the debt is with the Indio Finance Authority, not with the City of Indio in theory. That's part of the concept. The problem is the City of Indio cannot make a lease payment for a building it is not using, because the building is not done. So legally, we can't make that payment, but we knew that was going to be a problem. So when you borrow the money to pay for the building, you borrow enough to cover the debt service payments for the first year or two until the buildings are constructed. So while I told you that the debt service was $5 or $6 million, realistically, the City of Indio is only on the hook through a lease payment of about $2 million, $2 million of that this next year. Ultimately, the City of Indio will be on the hook for the entire $7 million. So I would think of that as one-time savings, because we have bond money to make this first year of bond debt service payment. So we're putting that money back into the pot. That's $3 million. We have some residual bond proceeds that were old RDA bonds that are sitting around. We also have some residual money that was part of the Ralph's settlement that we got when it burned down, if you recall. So if you just take all that together and you cover the extra spending, the one-time spending we have in the general fund, what we're left with is a pot of $18.9 million. That is resources that are available to you. Most of that is one-time. A piece of that is ongoing Measure X. That's not built into the budget, and that's the money that's available to you to actually dedicate towards additional capital projects, which Brian will be presenting to you hopefully very shortly. So that's the crux of the general fund situation. I think it's a good situation to be in. We haven't always been in that positive situation. There were many, many tight years I remember at this podium, not having any good news to tell you. So this last year, and in fact, as we get into the revenue assumptions, I think you'll kind of see how things have changed so drastically for the City of Indio.
And maybe before we leave the expenditures, Mayor, just to draw the attention, Rob indicated that fire is a significant increase. If you look under tab A, you'll see the 5-year running total. If there's anything, as still a relatively new member of the team here, as I look at this, I just say, wow, from over a 5-year period, those fire costs have been dramatic. And that's from a cost control perspective where I think all of us just need to keep our eye on and watch for, because it's absorbing a lot of the flow and increases of these additional revenues are being required to be funneled through the fire service, just to draw attention. And so it just continues to grow. And we have very little control. Unless we adjust services, we have to just pay a bill.
The reality is the county is charging us G&A overhead.
Yeah.
The county's charging us their G&A overhead that is unaudited, and we have no say in it. I know Rob goes to the meetings and listens to the analysis, but, you know, they're allocating internal service funds themselves to manage our contract. Now, we can do what the city of Temecula has done and contract directly with the state and get rid of the county administration. And that'll save us a couple $1 million. You know, if you want to go that route, that's something that we should explore. But when you take a look at the internal service funds the county's charging us, there's your millions of dollars.
Well, we will, based on what we see here, we need to start looking at that option or others because of these increasing costs. It's fast becoming the biggest drain on these resources where there could be so many other things that you could accomplish with those funds. So it continues to be a headache. We'll continue to monitor and research, but I wanted to make sure you saw that that's the most glaring issue within the general fund.
We normally always talk about the big three cost impacts. It's usually always JPIA, insurance, PERS, and the fire contract. JPIA insurance costs were a bit down this year. Fantastic. PERS costs weren't too terribly high. Typical, you know, probably honestly $700,000 or so. But it's making the fire contract stand out a little bit more, and this is a little bit more than in the past. Okay, quickly I'm going to run through the revenue assumptions because I want you just to have some familiarity with what's going into the revenue assumptions. This is a breakdown of general fund revenue that you have on this slide and in your workbook. It just kind of gives you a good sense of how much general fund revenue has changed over the years. If you're looking at your worksheet, which is page 101, and actually you can see it on the slide, you can see that from fiscal year 18-19 to 19-20, general fund revenue dropped about $10 million from $82.6 to $72.1 million. And of course, the main cause of that was the pandemic, right? We didn't have the festivals, the hotels were shut down. But you'll see that in 2021, there was a bounce back. And then in 21-22, I mean, we went from 85 in 21 to $107.9 million in 21-22. And of course, some of that is the festivals came back, right? You see a big increase in charges for services. Those are the reimbursements that we get from the festival promoter. And then you see a slight decline in 23-24. That's the current year. I honestly believe revenue will probably come in a little bit closer to last year's numbers. And then you have, of course, what the assumption is going into next year, and that includes the Measure X of $115 million. And then you can kind of see what the assumptions are. 9% increase in taxes. It looks like $1 million increase in use of assets. That's the ticket revenue. Some of that is the ticket revenue tied to Power Trip. That's in here as well. You'll see the charges for services are up, you know, at $2 million. Half of that is just Power Trip again. And the GEMT. But I want to break down for you a little bit the tax category, because taxes are 75% of the revenue we get in the general fund. So this slide here in the next table shows you specifically how much is sales taxes, you know, $36.5 million. Property taxes, 23.6 we're expecting next year. $15 million in transient occupancy taxes. I mean, you've looked back to 16-17, that was $6.3 million. That just kind of shows, and in fact, if you look at the graph now, those tax categories we're showing you year-over-year changes. So if you just look at the very top one, that's the sales tax. You can see we're growing nicely, 17-18. In 19-20, of course, the pandemic. And then we had this rocket increase last year. And we're kind of wondering where's reality, because a lot of pent-up frustration, a lot of people spending stimulus money, right? Whether it's going to continue that high is a little bit uncertain, but you can certainly see the growth in the sales tax activity, which is boosting our regular sales tax as much as Measure X. You see a pretty steady increase in the property tax line. You see probably in the light blue, you kind of see how much transient occupancy tax has fluctuated. Again, really impacted by COVID, but it also bounced back. We have a lot of short-term rental activity happening, and then a very slow growth in utility users taxes, and then property transfer tax and business license tax are pretty insignificant in those areas. Following that, of course, you have all the general fund budgetary detail by line item, so you can actually see what we expected in prior years, what we actually received at a very granular level. So this is hopefully being disclosed to you so that you become very comfortable in what we're doing as far as our revenue assumptions and why. When we go through this, we look at the historical trends. We've been through a lot of economic updates on what's happening with the future. You know, because of the deficit spending cap at the federal level, that's adding a lot of uncertainty in the markets, and we see some levels of development that are slowing down. All those things and considerations are built in the revenue assumptions. And what you have is the granular level of the results of all that analysis. The majority of our conversation is always surrounding the general fund because it's such a significant area, and it's where all your discretion really is on what you want to fund as far as projects. But the budget is much larger than that. You know, we have special revenue funds. We also have capital project funds. All of our development impact fees are deposited into the capital project fund budgets. And of course, if I didn't say it before, everything we do at the government, we isolate all these funding sources. Every fund is like a different bucket so that we keep all the money segregated. So by nature, we create all these different types of funds to help us manage whatever the source of revenue that we're getting. So that's why the general fund is like the mother bucket, right, where we dump everything in, but there's all these smaller buckets that we have to manage as well. And of course, all those typical budgets will be in the budget document that you're asked to adopt at the end of June. I also, before I ended this, I wanted to mention the positions. So what you have here is you have historically what the number of positions were included in the budget. Just quickly looking at what you adopted for this fiscal year, that was 289 full-time positions for a total of 340 right in the middle. There's been 2 current year changes, what this document reflects. And those 2 positions that have been added administratively, one of them was in finance, thank you, Brian. And then the other one actually is an exchange of a supervisor for actually 2 facility maintenance worker positions. So the net was one additional one, but we think the cost, it'll be a net cost impact, or at least close to it, in hiring the worker bee and getting rid of a supervisor. So that's the 2 current year adds that have taken place. There are also, as I mentioned earlier, 2 additional facility maintenance workers that are built into the budget that's being proposed for you for consideration now and for final adoption in June. So just to conclude, hopefully you have all the information that you need, and I'm happy to answer any questions. It's a lot of information, but we just want to make sure you know that it's all there. There's nothing hiding. And if you have any questions on any of the budgets, because if you go through the budget detail, you can go dive right into the economic development budget, and you can even see the notes that we have on exactly what the line items are for. So all that detail is there for you and the public. So all the changes, adjustments that you recommend today will be built into the formal recommended budget that will come back to you for adoption on June 21st. It will be a public hearing item because of the CIP. But hopefully before we get there, we've answered all of your questions and we built exactly the budget that you want to see. As Mayor Pro Tem Ramos mentioned earlier, it's looking a little thin. Well, when we bring the formal document, the budget to you in June, it will include landscape and maintenance districts. That's not here today. The budgets for those districts are actually adopted by you in the engineer's report that you will adopt at a later point in time. So the budget is just kind of a nice document that brings all these budgets together for the public. And as well as there's a number of assessment districts and community facility districts that are paying debts for various homeowners associations that were part of their infrastructure. Those are very typical rollover type of situations. Again, those are not necessarily debt. It's not debt of the city, but it is our responsibility to manage. But because they're debt service payments, that information will also be included in the final budget documentation that's brought to you on June 24th, along with what probably is going to be a handful of other minor corrections and adjustments. Sometimes we find things that we need to fix, If we learn anything new about our revenue assumptions, we'll make final adjustments before we meet with you in June. That should be it. So that is the general fund in a nutshell, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And if you don't have any questions, I'd be happy to invite Tim Wassel up.
Well, thank you, first of all, for your leadership in the finance department and helping us get to a healthy place with our finances. And thank you for all your work on this presentation. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Rockwell?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing?
As always, amazing.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Let's spend some money. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City Manager, staff, everyone. So what I'd like to do is just give you a quick overview of our current capital program. I've given you a little update last October. So this is just to catch you up on where we are on some of these projects. But before I start, please allow me just a second or two to acknowledge my team. Right behind me here is Don Oyeno. He's our latest addition. He came to us defecting from Palm Springs, and we received him with open arms, and he's been a great addition to the team. And right behind him, we have Jose Vasquez, who's our facilities and landscape manager. He too has been a great addition to the team, recent addition, and he's been doing a tremendous job. And then I also have on our team, we have, of course, Juan Raya, and then my friend Mike Edgar, his last day today. He is, I begged him for a few extra years, and he stayed, and then he finally told me, Tim, I'm tired. I'm done. And then, of course, we have Josh Nickerson, who always helps us with all of our projects. And hiding behind him is the man who keeps our streets nice and clean and in good shape. So did I miss anyone? I don't think so. And of course, we have an honorary project manager on our team, Mr. Montgomery himself. With that, if I can just ask the folks in, okay, so presentation is queued. And just to advance through it here. So what do I do here? Done. Okay. Oops. Okay, so the first slide here is our street slide, and we have a number of projects, but an overview of this slide here, we got a total of, just for next year, $33.3 million, of which the city will be spending a little over $22 million, with outside funding of $11 million. Some of the newer projects that we've added, we have the I-10 corridor, signage using a new city logo, and that in particular is on Jefferson Street. We have the Indio sign that we currently have, you know, the cursive one, and we would like to go ahead and replace it with our new logo sign, and that was actually the new logo sign. It's going to be spectacular. We've been working with Caltrans very closely, and we think we'll be able to convince them that people are not going to confuse our signs with a traffic signal. It's not red and yellow and green, and people are going to stop in the middle of the freeway. So we think we're almost there. Another project that we have here, which is Avenue 42, we have an opportunity to underground some of the power lines and also add some fiber conduit. So we've inserted that project. A third one is Jackson Street utility undergrounding. As you know, we got a big grant for the city to improve Jackson Street. So one of the opportunity is to at least get a conduit underground to put some of the utilities, some of those ugly dangling utilities underground, and that's one of the projects that we've added. And then the last one is the Jackson underpass and parking and some landscaping. We have an opportunity over by the Rincon Norteño to add some parking in there, in addition to some parking around the IPAC south and north of the IPAC. So the next slide this is a breakdown of all of these projects. I am very happy to report that on your agenda today is the award of Shields Road. Finally, we are moving forward with that project. We are also out to bid on Rancho Los Coyotes, and we have our Highway 111 medians and other median projects that is also actually out to bid. And the dog park at Miles Avenue, yay, woof, woof, it is out to bid. So all of these projects are out to bid as we speak. And we're gearing up to put out more projects out to bid. So any questions on the streets? I didn't want to go through all the projects, but yes, ma'am.
So your total projects include engineering and installation?
The 33 million?
The total project cost by line item. Some of them look low.
Yes.
So that is the.
Well, that's just for next year. So some of it is just.
It's the first year.
It's the first year, right.
Okay.
So there's some design, some of them is construction. But as you know, I mean, the overall is much bigger than that. You know, Monroe Street interchange by itself is over $80 million. So if no other questions on the streets, I'll move on to the next slide or next category. Okay, so we have parks and landscaping. We have about $19.4 million worth of improvements. We have done a tremendous amount of work on upgrading our parks. As a matter of fact, the DRD study that was conducted a while back, it helped us tremendously. We were aware of a lot of these issues, but it really brought them to focus, and we were able to make a lot of needed improvements. And our parks are looking a lot better, but we still have a lot more to do. We're actually going around and repainting some of the bathrooms. They look much, much better than the ugly orange rusty colors. So Jose has been taking on that project. So the parks are looking a lot better. We're working on the sports park that we must be done with by 2025. We're getting there. We're going to be going out to bid here hopefully pretty soon. We're lining ourselves up for the phase 2. So many, many projects. But if I may just pause at this slide here for just a second, I think I need a little bit of direction from you, if I may. So the DRD study and the folks at the DRD, when they saw one of our projects is the skate park, they really kind of paused a little bit and they said, you really want to do a skate park, considering what's going on with other cities and what they interface with the skate park, with graffiti and liabilities and so on and so forth. So we just wanted to, ask you if that's still something that it's in the budget. It's $1 million. We paused a little bit on that project because we were hoping to put that skate park over where the burger building is. But we can't do anything with the burger building because we have used that building for our bond for the public safety campus in the city hall and so on. So, and we have other opportunities to utilize that space for something else. So this may push the skate park possibly towards the front of the Miles Avenue Park. And again, in considering what the DRD was telling us, we just wanted to know from you, is this still something that you want us to pursue, or is this something that you want us to hold off on or reconsider?
I don't know where they live, but the city of La Quinta's skate parks are never graffitied. They're
Right.
beautiful.
Right.
I just want to know, what does the $1 million get me? Does it get me a rinky-dink little skate park, or does it get me a championship
facility, yeah.
skate park like they just built next to the high school? Because that's what we want.
Right. I believe the proposal is similar to what La Quinta has done. You're talking about the one by Adams Street, right?
Well, they're next door to each other. We're talking about the competition one that is actually, what's his name, the kid from?
Yeah.
From
The big one.
Venice. The kid from Venice that comes, competition skate. We're talking about that kind of skate park. So again, I don't know where the DRD people live, but we don't see graffiti.
And so I guess, yeah, I want to know what they say. I mean, every time a skate park comes up in my tenure here, it's like, no, we can't do it for various reasons. But every city, other city seems to have it very successfully. Help us understand what the problems are and what the challenges are so we can make a better decision.
We are tremendously challenged with vandalism here in the city of Indio. I mean, we suffer vandalism almost on a daily basis. Just as of yesterday, our irrigation keeps getting cut and broken, and our bathrooms are, we're constantly in contact with PD trying to mitigate. We're trying to win our parks back, and it's been an ongoing uphill battle. So those are the fears that we have. With the skate park, vandalism, graffiti, we're constantly cleaning. Our painting team, we're having to hire just painters to constantly paint.
Well, if you keep in mind what the city of La Quinta just built, that one that is below grade, the skate park, the competition one, what is there to graffiti? If the kids come and paint it, well, it's art. Leave it that way, as long as it's not offensive. We don't have to keep covering it up. It's their park, and if they want to have it decorated with their street art, then that's fine. But there's really nothing to graffiti on one of those. Have you seen it, Brian?
It's typically the concrete, but much of that could not be visible except for the users, so we just have to keep on top of it, I guess leave some and not others. The liability factor is there. There's some, as we discussed with the JPIA, if we supervise it, actually the liability is much higher.
Right.
However, there will be injuries, and there are, and we can communicate again with the experience in La Quinta. There's another factor in that, particularly if the site is moved closer to Miles Avenue, there are some homes in the area that will likely hear more noise than they do now, and whether that's a huge factor or not. La Quinta is a little closer to the schools there and doesn't have maybe as many residences nearby. Every one of them is unique. I think this site will be hit frequently by graffiti. We will have some broken arms and some issues. They'll probably try to sue the city, but at times that will be successful, other times it will not be. But if it's an amenity, it is in the budget now. It's just this is a good time, like all the others we're wanting to discuss. If you want us to roll it over, we'll get it done. If not, it's probably time to rethink. And this estimate was the concrete bowl. I can't remember the size, but the million was design and construction of something very similar to La Quinta.
So,
In or out is maybe the question.
no, well, in, at least right now, but, so why does it have to be at Miles Park if we have the issue there?
If we have the what?
Why does it have to be at Miles Park if we have an issue there?
It does not have to be. A more visible location may be more helpful, but I'm not sure exactly.
The sports complex,
Sports complex up on
up
Jackson.
close to Jackson, where there's lots of traffic.
That perhaps, and we do have a lot of property there available. So perhaps if it's an inn, and I see the nods, perhaps we bring back a few options of sites so that you can review at a later date. So at least it'll be appropriated, but its location could be yet to be determined.
Can we see the design as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
We want to make sure we know what we're getting.
We do have a conceptual design that was set at Miles, but the same thing could be used elsewhere.
The advantage of Miles is that, we have the youngest population, right? And the idea with Miles Avenue Park is that we keep wanting to activate it. And whether it's at Miles Avenue Park or Jackson, I think we're going to have the same issues with graffiti, so do we just deal with it? But Miles Avenue Park further activates a really cool, big, old, neat park. And hopefully the idea is, it brings a ton of kids there. I don't know. No.
Dog park will be there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but someone's been here a long time, has a
Yeah,
different opinion.
I still don't think that us trying to activate Miles Park, piecemealing it is going to happen. It has to be organic. And for the safety of the community participants, I'd rather put it in a more visible space. Jackson's still a good location that has more eyes on it.
I'll be honest with you. I pay attention to graffiti a lot because it's a pet peeve of mine, because I understand where our city's been and where we're at now. And I think our Lindo effort is going to help with this. But we need to be out there in the community and letting folks know this is your city. we can't tear it up, and we got to be honest. I'm in my district every day, and there's graffiti right next to houses, right in front of them, on the sidewalks in front of them. And this is something that we just got to get in front of. I'm in favor of keeping it at the Miles Park. I like to see conceptuals, obviously, but I think if we look at some of the models in some of the other cities where, whether it's near the park or it's at a different location on city property, where they have canvases set up for community artists to say, hey, if you want to do your art in the city, do it at this location. They have signs up that say, if you go over somebody else's artwork, take a photo of it and you can upload it to this site if you want to display your art. But please don't do it on our buildings, because I'll be the first one to tell you, you could track the graffiti. They post it on social media, and we know who's doing it, and I would be in favor of going after them and charging them for it, especially if it's on city property. Because I'll go back to the beginning. I know where we've been, and I know what our parks look like now, and if you go to any of our parks, they look a whole lot better than they were 20 years ago. So, I mean, I'm just passionate about graffiti because it's a pet peeve of mine. So, I mean, I would be in favor of Miles Park, but I would like to look at a location within the city where we could say, hey, you want to do your graffiti or your artwork, do it here. Not tagging, graffiti. If you look at Palm Springs, they do have a skate park as well, but they also have a location off of Palm Canyon where they do their artwork. It's over, behind, I forget the street, but
I forgot what they
have
call
a
it, what they
location
call
too.
that project. But it's, yeah, I think that's a good way to incorporate the artwork into the project itself, right? And actually, we had talked about this before, but incorporating some kind of walls there where people can, or somehow that people, the kids there can do the art around the walls, and it can be replaced every year or so, or every couple of months by new artists. And because we saw it kind of with the electric boxes as well, right? Now that we have the art on there, there's not much tagging, not as much, right? And so let's provide that artwork. Let's not leave blank walls up there for to entice anybody everybody coming up, right? But so, yeah.
Well, we will certainly leave it in and just bring back a matter fairly soon on some location ideas, some conceptuals, and we'll confirm some of the experience in La Quinta. Perhaps there's some lessons learned that will help us on this.
That'd be great.
We're not going to put a camera there.
And we very well
We
can.
just put a camera over the top of it. And so not
yeah.
only to help us with any lawsuits in case somebody hurts themselves, we'll be able to see it, but secondly,
It could assist us, and Tim may refer to it, but there is a proposal for additional park funds for upgrades this year, and we believe some cameras would be very helpful
I think so.
as a deterrent, as well
I'm
as
a
some
big camera guy.
motion lighting in the evening that will help law enforcement know if someone's in a park at 3 o'clock, should they really be there, at 3 a.m. rather. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question on, especially on Miles Avenue Park. Last year, a couple of the ideas were to add pickleball courts. So we did those on Patton. They are done. They look wonderful, and I hope. Pardon?
I said they're packed.
Right. Oh, good. Oh, good. Great. Great. And but also on Miles Avenue Park, there were 2 basketball courts. And we converted one of them. The consensus from council, as we recall, was to convert one of them into 4 pickleball courts, which we have done. And then the second one, the second basketball court, to leave it as basketball/futsal. Okay? And we were getting ready to stripe that, but I believe Councilman Miller suggested that we make that all pickleball, so we just wanted to get your direction on that.
My consensus behind it is like La Quinta did 8 more.
In
pickleball
Miles
courts.
Park?
No, at Miles Park, you go to 8. Because when you have a tournament or you have anything, when you go over to like George Patton now, it's packed. People are waiting there, they're just turning around and walking away because there's no system. We don't have anybody running them, so it's kind of a paddle thing, and then a lot of people haven't played. But when you play 4, if you want to have anybody kind of a tournament or you want to have anybody come in or other groups play it, you've got to have more than 4 courts. You've got to have at least 8. That's why La Quinta just went to 16. If we're going to do the basketball courts, I would say put new ones in and put them in a better location. That's my understanding.
We could do that. I think we definitely need a basketball.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say,
would
we can't just make
move
them
it
go
over. You don't
away.
want pickleball and basketball next to each other because they
That's
just don't
fine.
work together.
As long
That's
as-
why I said put basketball, make basketball courts and put them together. Have the pickleball, because if you go to Patton Park right now, there's 20 or 30 people there, including young kids and everybody playing it. It's changed the park for people because the parents are going to play and then their kids are going into the playground to play it. That park is packed now.
And I think that's absolutely terrific, but, I mean, it would be great to know, I mean, it would have something a little bit more scientific that say how many people use our basketball courts. I know up there on Monroe, there's that park up there, it's often used. I mean, I just hate to, there's still a segment of our population that loves to play basketball, pickup games all the time, so basketball courts can't go away,
No, he's saying.
you know?
Add to the pickle, but move basketball
Okay.
away.
And as you stated before, Miles is such a large park, we can do that. So what happened last year is there was $950,000. We weren't quite sure what these pickleball courts would cost. Fortunately, the good work from Tim and Mike and others, we only spent about $200,000 for Patton and what's going on at Miles. So the rollover proposed, what's remaining from last year's appropriation is $750,000. We'll need to get some pricing, but if that appears to be the consensus, we can package all of the pickleball where it's at now, and then do this multi-purpose basketball futsal court nearby, somewhere at Miles. We'll need to bring that back to you, but perhaps that $750,000 can cover that. So we would have both. Does that seem to be a good idea? Okay. I think the money's there to be able to accomplish both of those.
Okay, so if I understood, the second basketball that's now proposed as basketball futsal, make that a
Pickleball, and then
pickleball, and then think about basketball
and
somewhere.
make a basketball area where it's
Got
gonna be
it.
better, and make it to the football specs of what this other thing is, and build it towards that, exactly.
But let's make sure we have the funding for the basketball courts before we take them out.
Yes, yeah, the 750 should cover
Easy.
it.
The one fortunate aspect of it is it's resurfaced, it'll just be striping. So if there was some glitch, we could always restripe and go back. But I think we'll be able to find a site on Miles. We did that master plan a couple of years ago that we could accomplish basketball and futsal.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Very good. If no other questions on parks and landscaping, then we'll move forward to the next slide. Okay, so building and facilities, we just wanted to let you know that, you know, we are working on all of these projects, obviously with Mr. Trujillo. I plugged in the number 120 million. I was not very accurate on that. It's actually a little less than that, but it includes some additional projects if the city decides to go with the golf course, the clubhouse, and so on. So that number is just a little bit on the higher side, but we didn't want to be remiss without including that. And so if we go to the next slide, so that's the breakdown of the projects. And the one after that, okay, bridges and interchanges. Next year we have about $28.9 million set aside. That's the if you look at the picture in the slide, that's where the sign would go to replace the old sign. And that is, I believe it's 40 feet wide, and correct me, 12 feet tall, and it will be internally lighted. And we already have a cost estimate on it and everything, so once we get the green light from Caltrans, we'll move forward.
Tim, how much is it?
What,
I'm sorry?
Lighted?
Internally lighted, yes.
So how much is it, by the way, just for my own curiosity?
About a couple of $100,000.
That's not bad. And what do we
so
do with the old sign? We put it
thank
in
you.
downtown for nostalgia?
no.
If you like, it's
From
big.
years ago?
It's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have two of them.
You can use it like an entryway to downtown.
Yeah, that'll put up against a wall somewhere.
No, downtown entryway needs to be one of these signs, not a reuse.
No, they.
Find a
they have
historical.
those downtown.
Maybe at the museum, you could put on a wall.
It's not historical, we just got it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It kind of has that script, that's what.
Actually, the project will also include, we're only allowed 2 signs naming the city. So this one will replace the one that's facing the eastbound traffic. And then for the westbound, we're proposing at Golf Center Parkway a sign. It's going to be smaller. It's not going to be on the bridge because the bridge is already loaded with ugly signs. Sorry. But this will go on the side, and it will be up on the hill a little bit, and we're going to plant some palm trees next to it and put it up there and do a little bit of landscaping and pretty it up.
So when we go off, basically, if you were gonna go to Fantasy Springs or get off on Golf Center, it'll be up in that medium right in between there,
No, it won't be in the median. It'll be on the side, up the hill a little bit.
by the bridge.
Right.
By the ramp. Yeah.
By the ramp.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to
That
look
sounds
great.
good.
Yeah, so bridges and interchanges, we are very happy to, we have secured the funding for Monroe Street interchange, And we've also set aside a little bit of money for Jackson Street, $10 million there set aside for the future. Avenue 44 is, the bridge over there is still moving forward. We had a very good conversation with Caltrans. We think that they're gonna, we had a little bit of an issue because they asked us to advance the funding, but I think it kind of worked out. So stay tuned for that. Hopefully we will not have to upfront all the funds immediately. We may have to upfront some of the money, but then we'll get it back. But it did get delayed a little bit because of that funding situation. And we're still fighting with our friends at CBWD for a permit, and with the CFDW, you know, they're not getting along, but we'll figure it out. We're in the middle of it. Moving on to the next slide. Okay, miscellaneous projects. That's your sidewalk, traffic signals, storm drain. Total budget 11.9 million. City is 2.3 on the hook. Outside funding is 9.6. And that does include, if I may go to the next slide, that includes the civic center storm drain. We got the funding for that. But we also have some of the other projects like Avenue 50 and Jackson Street improvements, the signal, and then all the widening, city limit to city limit, both on Avenue 50 and on Jackson Street. Great project moving forward. We're getting closer on our Madison Street and Highway 111. That traffic, the widening right there at the fruit stand, we're finally going to be able to go around and not wait for the one car to move forward. So a lot of projects happening there. And then we're also working on Oasis Street. Oasis Street is going to be a really just going to receive a complete facelift. It's going to look wonderful. And that's all the way from Indio Boulevard to Highway 111. Once it gets resurfaced, we're proposing to do pop-outs. We're proposing to re-landscape it and with colors and everything. It's really, really exciting. So stay tuned for that. We'll get you more information on it. But we're going to do it at the same time that we do the Civic Center storm drain, because that got to go in first, and then we will do the Oasis Street. And the last slide, this is just to give you an overview. It's just merely a $213 million that we're going to be working on for the next couple of years, but a big chunk of it is obviously our public safety campus, city hall, and the library. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wasso, to you and your team for bringing us up this far over the past couple of years. Really appreciate all your hard work in organizing all this work for us. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. This is just great every year to see all this activity. But I have a question about large trucks on certain streets. Today I watched US Foods semi. There are semis driving up and down Miles Avenue all the time. Is there a weight limit? I mean, I guess maybe I'm just, once we get our streets done in downtown, which isn't very often, I don't want any trucks on them. Is that something that we should think about or consider, or is that even an issue that is of concern?
We don't really have, I mean, if a route is limited to trucks, it will be posted as such. But in reality, even if it is posted, but you have a direct connect to a home, for example, you're not supposed to allow big trucks on private roads, for example. But if you have a delivery and it has to go there, it has to go there. So you cannot restrict the trucks. But we have not had, a big issues with trucks tearing up the streets. They're designed for that.
Okay.
Any other?
I'm good. Just thank you very much.
Hey, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Thank you for your presentation. It's always exciting to hear this stuff, especially when you use that tone of voice, so you can sell us anything. I had a question, and maybe the city manager could maybe talk about this later. We didn't talk about any artwork from the festivals, and I know we had talked about some dog parks. Maybe there's opportunity for more artwork, and also our 9/11 piece. I don't know if that's public safety, campus, or something like that.
Yes, the last designated site for that 9/11 remnant is the corner of Jackson and, is that Bristol, Dr. Carey? Whatever that Carey on that corner, and we do have some artist renderings. The funding for that is set aside as part of the Arts Commission funding, as well as some art that we could bring in from each festival. So that is the funding source rather than directly the general fund. We could augment it perhaps if we needed to, if there weren't enough revenues within the Arts Commission. The dog park at Miles will receive 3 large dogs that were at last year's Coachella. And so those will be provided. We merely have to provide for the cost of transport and the platform. So there'll be 3 along the side there. One of them, I believe, is 30 feet high. They're dramatic, if you recall. So those will be coming, and if it is a goal, as I think you stated in the past, with the Arts Commission working with Golden Voice and the team, perhaps at least one piece of art every year that we could bring somewhere from the festival.
I wanted to make sure the material for those large pieces, is that going to be able to withstand the heat and the sun out here?
It's steel, at least fortunately. A lot of the artwork is a good question because a lot of the artwork is just plywood and intended to last for a very short time frame. But these dogs, at least, are steel. They're aluminum and steel.
Okay, thank you.
One last item I forgot to update you on is we actually received the first shipment of the street name panels going to Blue for Jefferson and Monroe. Those are the first 2 corridors that we received the shipment, 180 signs. So we will start seeing those going up, and we've already placed the order for the second patch, and the third patch is getting ordered as well. And we also have some new signs that are going to identify, instead of using the sign like what we have on, for example, Highway 111 and Jefferson, the very big, nice one, the city manager came up with a great idea, is on the signal mass arm at the entry point at some locations, we're going to have our sign in addition to the street name sign that says Indio with our colors. So it's going to look really, really nice. So.
And I see you got up some of the speed meters on a few spots too.
Yes, they're
Quite a
all
few
in,
areas,
all
which is great.
10 of them. So watch out.
We need to slow people down.
Absolutely.
Mayor, I may jump in. I know the time's getting short. What Mr. Wassel just went through are the above-the-line items within the capital improvements plan. As Mr. Rockwell indicated, there are other one-time funds. Most of that is Measure X, and I think it's worth complimenting the council to discipline the use of those Measure X funds, as you committed when the voters approved the measure, and then reconfirmed with Measure E, that those funds be used for these type of one-time projects and not be gobbled up with operations. And so those funds, a lot of which are available, and the sum is about 19 million. So there was a list provided to you and to staff. Some of the lead staff was able to also survey these 41 or 2 potential projects. They total over $30 million, but there is about 19 available. So the survey you see there, the city council, have it in front of you, and if Don can pull that document up, it may be a little small for folks to read, but you see that there was some prioritization. Certainly this is not set in stone just because that's what came out of the survey. And I didn't utilize staff as part of the ranking. It's just more informational that you see where staff ranks some of these matters. But for example, the very highest scoring projects that are currently below the line, but funding is available if you want to do them, is the landscape and replacement of some sidewalks in the downtown area. There has been a practice of putting grass on some of the areas where we had purchased in the past. That could be done, or perhaps some desert landscaping and repairing some of the sidewalks in the downtown. As we continue to activate the downtown, some additional lighting in the parking lots, some cameras, as stated, was very high. The EOC needs some work done to hook up a generator, some AV equipment at the living room stage. Anyway, you see those very high scores as a composite from your ranking. And as you go down the list, getting to about $19 million, there are about 20 projects that could be accomplished. So with the time we have now, perhaps confirming this or identifying yes for sure and maybe some maybes that we could further research. Some of these dollar values could be adjusted slightly. Some we think are exactly what's needed for the project. So Mayor, maybe with your permission, if there's just some open discussion of how you feel this came out in the ranking, if there's something that needs to be adjusted up or down, or if there's a project that's not included that should be considered for some of this $19 million.
Thank you. I just want to start off real quick, but one thing that I've heard a lot from parents and kids that are in the Little Leagues is Davis Field and the bathrooms there, that they need some work done.
Yes.
And have you heard that as well?
Yeah. Bad.
Yeah.
That's constant.
That's
Yeah.
nasty.
It's constant.
Yeah.
That is part of our, there is some funding available, and above the line was additional $3 million for various park upgrades. So I believe funding is available there to do that, but if it's now designated as a priority, we'll do that. There have been some restrooms painted recently there. I know there are 2 sets, right, up by the ball fields and then one by, but, yeah, so that is next. Good point.
But that's just the painting of them?
No, there's some other need to be done inside, other
If he wants to
work.
come up, he can come
Yeah,
up to the
any
mic.
detail on what's going to happen at Davis Field? You might need the mic, Jose.
Yep. Got to be in the spotlight.
No, he deserves it.
Yes, he does.
Hardworking guy.
Hi, thank you. So probably the next step is looking at the partitions. The partitions were vandalized here a couple months ago. So we did some temporary because the lead time for those ones were a lot. So we kind of fabricated some in-house. And then we have the ADA deficiencies for those restrooms that we need to improve. Basically new doors with frames, and we're also starting with the roofing for those restrooms, and also the snack bar that is coming this month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The other major concern I have, I think, is the golf course, clubhouse, and post office. I think that's just a really big price tag for I think the need for some of the other projects that are still below the line here, such as the fiber optic installations. You know, we know that's going to be huge, especially for economic development, having new fiber optic there, shading for our various parks, the living room, utility restrooms. I just think there's other items down here that are a lot more urgent than the golf course clubhouse. And I think that would be where I would start off and then see what we can move up if we're able to take that item out of it. But open to hear any suggestions from our council on
I think we should go one by one, because everything above the line is a result of consensus of the 5. So in order to move stuff, we have to have consensus of the 5. So I think you should start letting everyone input, because the first question is, city manager wants to know, is there any small items below the line that we still want to push in because he could squeeze them in? I think that's his question.
It is, and just a great point in that, and Tim will kick me here under the table, but there's an additional $5.5 million set aside for additional roads, and we have more than that to do. But if you needed to take 1 or 2 off of that or adjust some of these,
No,
that's...
I don't want to do that.
Well, that's a possibility
Yeah.
and so forth. But if we wanted to go one by one, I'd be happy to explain them.
No, I didn't say one by one. I said each council member
Oh, each council member.
needs to go one by one and answer your question.
Perfect.
Because you already got consensus from us on above the line. There's no need to
I
rehash that.
Yeah, I see what Oscar's coming at, but I think our golf course has been terrible for a long time. It's not ADA compliant. There's so many things wrong with it. I think it should be an asset. So I could see it, and we have no buildings on the other side. I don't know if it ends up costing $4.5 million, but
Well-
we need to put a community building there. So a lot of those HOAs, even Generations and other places, don't have a place actually to meet, and there's no place for our residents that side. So, we can facade that. The only one I see that I think we need to do is the Varner Road Parkway.
Me too.
I think that one is the statement into between our city. Our largest revenue source from our buildings is from our
It's the
auto
auto
mall.
mall. It's
We
the
have
auto
2 brand-new auto
right.
dealerships going in, plus others looking at it, and it's just ugly, and it's full of trash and debris on a continual basis.
Yes.
I think it's a small price to pay for that area to clean it up. So that's the only one I see out of this that I would add on to it, would be that one. I mean, obviously, we want them all. Vehicles, I'm big on putting money away for our rainy day. I think Rob and the council and as everybody as a whole has done a good job because of our PERS and our medical is gonna get through the roof. And when you have 1.6 million coming from fire every year, there's not a lot of money to put that. And once that gets out of control, you know, this is how we got into this mess. We need to keep paying that thing down, paying it down, paying it down. So 20 years from now, people come back and say, it was a smart thing these guys did was put money aside to be able to pay our debt so that we were able to spend it now where we need to.
Yeah, for that
So I get off
cushion.
my soapbox. Get back
No,
to
I
it.
just want to just interject, because I think it may be relevant as you continue the discussion on the clubhouse. We are seeing on both the public safety and the estimates for City Hall and the library that the inflation, every month we wait, we lose the battle on inflation and construction costs that continue to go up. So I believe if we waited, if say it does cost $4.5 million to build that, if we wait a year, it's likely to be 5.2. If we wait another year, it's likely to be 6. It's just the way construction's going.
But that price goes up for every other item.
It does, however, some of these matters, such as the streets and the others, we will be saving money on those, right? So it's an investment. This is an investment in a facility that we own that is probably 20 years past its useful life. So I'm not trying to be overly as an advocate for it, but it needs to be done. So if it's not this year, it's got to be next year. If it's not next year, it's the following year, and you'll just see that number go up.
You know, I think if I can weigh in on that, think of it from a revenue perspective, right? We have kids tournaments, we have adult tournaments, we have people coming in from every corner. When we relinquished, you know, running the golf course over to Andy Vossler's crew and organization, there were some things done, fixed up, revenue increased, and it will increase. And what we're bringing them into is restrooms that are horrible and awful and old and practically non-functional. We have a clubhouse. We're talking about taking center stage. We're bringing in new signage. We've got a whole North Indio full of new restaurants and a steakhouse and everything else. And yet you go to a park where we spent millions on new lights and it's in huge disrepair at every level. And I think that makes us not look good. I think it makes us look bad. I think it doesn't enhance the image. I think it doesn't provide a service to the people that are coming in and using our facility. I think it doesn't allow us to bring more people into our community to use the facility. I like the idea of a community room. I think that's important. And what if we had a viable restaurant there and there was some view lounge? How much additional dollars would that bring in? People talk about a sit-down restaurant. How about a nice little sit-down restaurant there at the golf course that had some view seats? I mean, who doesn't like going to a golf course? Indian Springs, and not Indian Springs, but and viewing, having a nice meal and having a great view. I mean, this has been something that's been going through my mind for such a long time. And the post office, I don't know what it is about our wonderful little city, but post offices have the worst facilities anywhere. Here's a chance for us to upgrade our post office in that one area and make it a great. I mean, there are so many things wedged into that poor little, we got hot dogs, we got clothes, we got a post office into that little site that I just think that it is not good for our community, for the people that use the facility. And I think I support that. The two things that I agree with, Varner Road Parkway improvements, you know, maybe we can have some discussion about how we move that above the line. The other one is fiber optic installations. You know, they're running the conduit because of the signal enhancements. You know, let's get the conduit in there, let's get the fiber in there and run it. For $1 million, that's not a huge, for something that will have a huge impact on our community. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Go ahead, Mr. Fernandez.
I'll be brief, Mayor. I think we all can agree, you know, these are some nice projects, especially the downtown. You know, I like to see, you know, we're going to activate downtown, let's activate it. So I'm happy to see, you know, those things up on the top. You know, I do second, you know, the fiber optic installation. I think right now we have opportunity to do that. While they're doing the street lights, it's gonna save us dollars in the end, and also it's gonna attract, more businesses, to our area, especially our High 111 area, which we're trying to, revamp as well. And I just have a question, and maybe this helps us in the future. I know there's always opportunities for grants to come in, so there may be opportunity now or in the future, a grant might come up that would allow us to apply for and be successful and start moving some of these things up. So I think that's always something to keep in the back of our head. You have the shade tree incentive program. You know, there's some programs out there now where we could get trees. You know, so. IID has their program right now, so there's things like that. But, and I got a question, post offices. Is there opportunity to get federal funding for that? I mean.
The ones owned here, at least downtown, are owned by a private party. So they have a long-term lease with this private party, the federal government. If we wanted to build our own, there's a chance for that, and it'd be a lobbying process. I'm guessing years, but certainly it's a possibility. They are starting to build these fulfillment type locations plus a retail component, so certainly an option. This would be some repairs to the parking lot, some landscaping, and some freshening up of the building just for the interim until we found these other solutions.
No, I agree with that, and I agree with with the golf course. You know, it could use some improvements. I just want to make sure when we do those improvements to our golf courses and our restrooms and make them ADA compliant, we're also doing that around the city to some of our other areas, such as Davis and, you know, the carry-on park that needs some TLC as well. So, but I appreciate the survey. I think, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, this is a consensus. It may not be favorable to all of us and every item, but, you know, I think this is a good way to have an idea of what we're looking for.
But even on the fiber optic or the 500,000 for Varner, you know, we're not gonna get into the golf course for, you know, 2 years by the time we did the drawings and everything else. There's gonna be funding we can keep rolling over to pay for some of these things. So I'm good with the fiber optics too.
Good.
Okay, so, yeah, I agree with the fiber optics. If we have the opportunity, I want to take advantage of it. And, I mean, that auto mall, I think because you didn't write auto mall, I don't think people understood the importance of that improvement. The other one is miscellaneous underground of overhead utilities. Whenever we do have a chance to do that, I would support that. And then on the above the line, I just have a question on 2 of the items. So, yeah, I think the clubhouse, yeah, we could do a lot better and maybe make it something that's more revenue generating. But I think there's going to be a challenge when you add the post office component because you can't have liquor with the post office. So you're going to have to figure out how to separate the two. But I'm not sure what you're thinking about when you talk about post office. Are you talking about postal boxes and somebody selling stamps, or what are you talking about?
On the north side?
Yeah.
It would just be expanding and making nicer what's there now.
Well, I don't know what's there.
Oh.
I don't go to the north side.
It's a desk. It's a retail center desk. I don't think they need tons more space, but certainly a nicer facility for those. It is used often.
Yeah, I know. People go there to buy stamps and stuff. So it doesn't have boxes?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Because
There's no
we did
space.
have a proposal from someone a few years ago to operate it and put in boxes.
Postal Annex was gonna do it, one of the postal places.
Yeah, one of the
A
postal
private party.
places.
Yeah, this is just a very small retail
So
desk.
in the 4.5, there's just an improved desk for the post office.
Yes, at least, and it hasn't been sketched yet. We think we can move faster than a couple of years, in part because of the inflationary issues, but it could be much nicer. I would invite each of you to do a tour up there, and I think you'll.
Well, no, the last time I went there, I don't want to go back.
Okay, then you've toured it.
It's
yeah.
that bad, seriously. It needs a lot of work. Okay, the other one I wanted to ask for, because it's the only thing that's important to me, is the Jackie Cochran Dog Park. Sorry, but what does that mean? Are we talking 5 acres? Are we talking?
It's a good question. The funding here would not be, it would probably be something similar to the size of like Station 87. So there'd be a large dog park area and a small dog park area. And the facility there, if it needed to be 5, 6, 7 acres, we probably need 2 or 3 times that amount. So this is not occupying all of that property for just the dog park, but probably an acre or two. And the amenities, this is, in fact, I'm feeling, I just put an L by it. I'm thinking we're a little light there because it's rough. There's nothing now there but sand.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's a start.
It's a start. I support it. I want it to move forward, but I think we need to have a deeper conversation about it. And that's just you and me, I think.
Well, great, but I think it'd be good to bring back some of these sketches, as we talked about with the basketball, like where to put it, and the other. I just stole the floor. We have received word for the Avenue 42 trailhead. There are a couple of grant opportunities, so I think that number, assuming we receive those grants, which I think are a given, probably more like a 200,000. So there's 350,000 right there. We may only need to contribute about half of what's listed on that.
Very nice.
Okay, so if you're only talking about an acre, the IID owns an acre that they abandoned across from Algae's Market
On 50.
on 50 in Jackson. Just snag that.
I have talked to them 2 or 3 times. We'll continue to push. The last was perhaps put one of our signs up, but it's not on their surplus list, they told me, so
It's abandoned.
Don't they have to put everything on a list like we do?
that's right.
Well, no, they don't have to follow the law.
Oh, that's
what
right.
they told us.
That's right.
But they
They
have
never
all,
have to follow the law.
they put their
I forgot
major
that.
installation on the other side. That's a remnant.
Yeah, I'm just worried that putting it at Jackie Cochran is going to hinder your future potential, and also when it's festival season, it's going to be a problem. I want one. I'm
But
not
maybe on
fighting you.
Jackson instead of
I'm
Monroe?
not fighting you. I just think we need to have a conversation about it.
Okay.
Because you have to consider all those other things. But I'm glad it's above the line because that's the only one I voted for. Not really.
Well, I think in part to the interest of time, I know that we can discuss it further. If we could shuffle a few of these things, this would all come back to you anyway. There may be some further discussion or input, research. We can tighten up some of these numbers. There's a slim chance that there may be a little bit more than 19 million as we get some of the final estimates done for the end of this fiscal year. I think we can find room to get the fiber optic and the I-10 Auto Mall stretch within that amount. It may have to adjust streets or a couple of these other items, but we could get them there. I think maybe back to the mayor's point, though, if there's a consensus on anything above the line, if there are 3 votes that says anything above that green line you do not want to do, if there are 3 votes to knock it off the list, we better know that now.
This is already from the survey. I mean, how can we knock it off?
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the staff points on it.
Well, no, that doesn't matter
Golf
to me.
course, 6.5.
I'm honest.
Well, same with Varner Road though, but I think that's.
Yeah.
I mean, we're the ones that know what the community's saying.
4.5 million, that's 25% of our capital improvement, our one-time uses for it. And we're leaving behind,
There's 3 that want it, so there's no more discussion.
in a time of economic uncertainty.
There's 3 that want it, so no more discussion.
I'm gonna keep going, so it's
No,
fine.
I call for the
No,
question.
That's fine. And so,
You can't talk
4.5
after I
million,
call for the question. You can't
4.5
talk after I
million,
call.
25% of our capital improvement funding
For 1 year.
It doesn't matter.
for 1 year,
It doesn't matter.
when we have a traffic signal, which our studies are showing is needed at this time. We
Rob
have
can take that chunk
fiber-
change out of his pocket.
fiber optic installations for $1 million,
Seriously.
We're gonna do
vehicle
the
and
fiber
equipment
Oscar,
replacements,
seriously, you can't keep talking.
covered parking for parks when it's
No, it's not for the parks, it's for the
115
cars.
degrees,
It's for the cars.
covered parking canopies at various parks,
For the parking, not for the kids.
covered parking canopies
At
at
various
various
parks.
parks.
I know, for the parking.
Yes,
For the parking.
that's what I'm talking about.
Well, why do the cars need to be canopied?
Really?
Because it keeps people from going out when it's extremely hot
The
outside.
car?
Yes,
I don't care if my car's hot.
well, other people do.
Well, no.
These are requests that we hear from the community,
We
right?
already
So-
have consensus. Oscar.
Not to interject too much, the fortunate aspect about Measure X is that next year we will have this discussion
Yeah.
again. I assure you it won't be as much as 19 million, but there'll be $6, $7, $8 million for you to discuss again at another bite for any of these matters, if that helps. Also, the signal on Arabia and Dr. Carrion, it is within a census tract that would be eligible for CBDG funding next year as well.
Right.
So I don't think we'd not do that.
No, I think these little ones, you'll figure out a way to do them.
Yeah.
And I want to mention the undergrounding of utilities. We've provided that direction that anytime there's a road project, sidewalk project, it can be incorporated into that project if feasible to bring down some of those lines.
What area would the fiber optic installations go into?
This is primarily following the CV link, CV sync, what?
CV sync.
Sync, yeah, I get them confused, but it's the traffic light synchronization. They were going to pull fiber there and so forth, but they're not. Now, we do want to leverage grants with some of this money, but that would be the conduit in that stretch in Highway 111 primarily for this 1 million.
I'm good.
I think, looking at the big picture, and you spoke about economic uncertainty, I think when we spend these dollars, they should go to something that's going to generate some revenue, so we know we have some streams coming in. 4.5 is a lot, but I hope, with some of the other developments and some plans are in, we can't really speak about right now, I hope that whole area really transforms and becomes a bigger generator of some revenue for us. Yep.
How much revenue does that currently generate?
The golf course, I don't have the exact numbers, but its costs are finally being covered by revenues. It used to lose money, but it's better off now.
We're putting $4.5 million into ourselves, basically. We own it. So I'm good with it, adding those other two.
All right. Is that everything you need, City Manager?
Thank you, yes.
All right. We'll go ahead and adjourn to our closed session.
Yep, don't you have to do something?
Close the study?
Yes.
Close the study session.
Close the study session, yes.
Edgar, is he coming back? Is Edgar coming back?
Mike's behind Brian. Yeah, he'll be back.
No, is he coming back?
Yeah, he's coming back, he's getting a proclamation.
Oh, good, okay.
He's all, I've never seen him without the
full
I
beard?
know.
full beard all the way down.
It's like-
When he walked in, I was like,
He looks naked. Yeah, cut his hair, which I thought was cool, and his long beard.
I've always known him as the beard, because when
Yeah.
he sits there and hangs.
Yeah.
I've always, that's how I really noticed him. Yeah, he's been here, how many years? 20?
Well, he was gonna leave when I got here 20 years ago, and he didn't. So I don't know how long he's been here.
Yeah, I try to get it out during the graffiti time.
That's funny.
Dude, these guys, they're drag racing.
Recording stopped.
All right, we'll go ahead and call this closed session to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Furman.
Present.
Councilmember Holmes.
Present.
Councilmember Miller.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Amit.
Present.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Present, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
None, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go ahead. Do we have anything to announce? Nothing? Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn the closed session. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for joining us today. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Furman,
Present.
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
Councilmember Miller,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Amit,
Present.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Present. Thank you. And today, we have an invocation from Pastor Dave McCoy from Garden Fellowship Church. Not present? Okay, we'll move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. And today, we have Giselle Reyes from Oliphant Elementary, who's going to be joining us. Giselle Reyes is a 5th grader at Oliphant Elementary. Giselle enjoys making the most of her time by being an active member of student council, playing soccer year-round, and being involved in her community. She finds joy in helping others and is a natural leader. This year, Giselle received the school's highest award, the Golden Owl, for modeling exceptional ownership, wisdom, leadership, and success. Her goal is to attend college on an athletic scholarship where she can play soccer while earning a degree. Wow. Thank you for joining us. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Thank you. Giselle?
Go Owls.
And we already got her swag bag over there and got some pictures with her, so she's ready to go. And we'll move on to City Attorney report on closed session.
Good evening, Mayor. There are no items to report out of closed session today.
Thank you. We'll move on to our presentations. We have a presentation by Paula Simons, CEO of the Family YMCA of the Desert. Hi, thanks for joining us.
Am I going to move? Oh, okay. Can I just move the slide then, or you'll move it? Which one am I doing? Thanks. Everybody, thanks for having me here. That's okay.
And we'll just keep in.
Perfect. All right. Well, I am Paula Simons. I am the CEO of the Family YMCA of the Desert, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, esteemed council members and city staff members and guests that are in the room. Rosalba, it was really fun to reconnect after a long time, it seems like. So just kind of making my rounds through our cities here, and I wanted to share about our organization, the state of the Y, where we're at. We as an organization have been in this valley for 41 years, unbeknownst to a lot of people. And we currently have over 200 employees. This last year, based on our 10 program locations, we have served over 12,000 unduplicated community members. And that is, we do operate the Palm Desert Civic, or the Aquatic Center, and but the other big piece of that is we serve those infants through seniors. So I'm very proud of what our team does in our community. Here in Indio, what we are able to do, this is not moving for me, so I don't know. Yep. That's okay. You can look at the Y logo. Yeah. Okay, so we are over at Doris Mechanic Preschool that's over there, and I know Councilmember Ameth is very familiar with that site. We've been there, and that site for us is it's a state-funded preschool program, and it's very generational, and it's really exciting then when we go to the program site that you have actually grandparents who were at that location, it seems like. So it's very community-driven, and our team at the Y knows that sometimes if we can't find Paula, where is she at? She's probably over at Doris Mechanic hanging out. They do an amazing job with really doing a lot with preschoolers. You wouldn't think it would be in their landscape right now, but they are really working hard towards STEM opportunities for them. There's a lot of different program services that they are able to provide. We work with Hidden Harvest. We work with Find Food Bank for food provision. We are able to connect with different organizations here that come and help support our staff. But I'll tell you the biggest testimonial that you can see on here, and I'm not going to read them, but you can see it's just what our parents say, what our grandparents say, and what our community partners say, because we have a safe space for our kids that we are serving each and every day. It's fun over at Doris Mechanic that they are able to do, again, theme-based events. And so they'll do just intergenerational opportunities that our families come in and they help support us. They are doing, just holiday events, and you go there and it's so fun to see the smiles and the energy. And we're raising up kids to just be active community members here. And so I think, here are some pictures. We've got community helpers and Dr. Seuss Day. And our team over here at Doris Mechanic is a very long-standing staff that's there. And my hat's off to them because we kept our doors open through the pandemic. It was a challenging time, it was a difficult time, but we were able to rise above and continue to provide necessary services for our working parents out there. They do healthy habits. If you ever want a great lunch, stop by Doris Mechanic sometime. They really do. She does Carissa, who's the food services nutritionist specialist out there, is a great job. And so they're doing healthy habits. The science fair, that's what I'm going back into, doing STEM program services. And what this does is actually gets their parents and grandparents actively engaged with what they're doing. We have different festivals, the Holy Festival of Colors, they love that. The Harvest Parade, the parents come out, they set up. So just different, pictures that are going on there. One other piece that I'd like to share is we also are at licensed childcare at Amelia Earhart, and that program site there is at full capacity. We are already at full capacity registration for this next school year, and we have 100 plus on the waiting list. So that tells you there's a great need for licensed childcare here in our valley. We are great partners, again, with Desert Recreation District and the Boys and Girls Club, and so we're all youth service providers here in the valley. A couple other things I touch, on our partnership. A lot of people don't know that there are 33 YMCAs in the state of California and 3 Armed Services Y, and our local 29 Palms Armed Services Y we have a great relationship with. And so their servicemen and women come down and partner with us. They'll go and be counselors at our Camp Oaks. And so we were able to honor them this last Friday at our golf tournament, and that was very special. And then we are the largest nonprofit provider in the country with 2,700 YMCAs, 10,000 branches, serving 21 million men, women, and children in America. So it is our vision to expand where we're at. We are in the process of looking at a feasibility study to move to a full-service YMCA. And so, I'm always open for future conversation if there's anything that is open to that. So again, I want to thank the council and the city staff and our community members for all the support that you provide our YMCA.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you and your staff do in our community to help our kids out. We know how much of a difference it makes for preschool students in the long term, right? The impact that has. I was actually at the YMCA on Miles Park, so I grew up there. I was there, and it definitely, I know it made a difference, in my upbringing. I don't think I knew any English when I went there, and they accommodated to me and were able to help me learn, just by the time I got into kindergarten, I was on a good path. So really appreciate all the work that you do for us.
Absolutely.
Any other comments?
No better testimony than that. Thank you for what you do for all the kids across the valley, certainly in Indio. But that Doris Mechanics, I've been in there a couple of times. That is such a cool place. It kind of makes you want to be a kid again. But what it does, it integrates them. It teaches them. They have fun. They become little human beings in process. It's just really a neat little place. Thank you for your dedication to the youth of this valley.
Absolutely, thank you, and be on the lookout because your invitation for their graduation on June 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. is on its way. So.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, I got one more. I just want to thank you as well. Anytime we have folks who are working with our youth and shaping our youth for the future, gratitude to you. And since you want to get personal, I played basketball for the YMCA as well, right? And my coach was Rudy Acosta from and that goes way back. So, your fruits of labor are right in front of you. So we appreciate what you all do at the YMCA.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And next, we'll move on to our next presentation. And we have a few proclamations here, so I'll make my way down there. And the first one, we have International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, and this is going to be received by Paulina Angel. Thank you. just want to talk about the awareness that we want to bring, right, to the issues in our LGBTQ community and some of the issues with discrimination.
Microphone, Mayor.
Sorry. But, sure, do you want to share about some of the work that you've been doing in our community? Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Paulina Angel. First, I want to thank you, Mayor Ortiz, and this entire City Council for recognizing this day. Again, my name is Paulina Angel. I am a born and raised resident here in the City of Indio, and as you said, I'm formerly part of the Indio Youth Advisory Council from 2000 to 2001. And today I serve as a Director of Trans Community Project as well as board directors for Palm Springs Pride, East Coachella Valley Pride, as well as my work with Rainbow Pride Youth Alliance here in Riverside County and San Bernardino. A little bit about today. Back in 2004, a French activist named Louis Georges Tin decided to mark March 17 as International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia to commemorate the day that the World Health Organization declassified homosexuality as a worldwide disease. And since then, today has been used as a day to educate the world on discriminations that we are facing in our community. And this year alone, according to the American Civil Liberties Union, there has been more than 470 anti-LGBTQ bills happening across America. And a lot of these bills are affecting a lot of people in our community, from the Don't Say Gay in Florida, from denial of gender-affirming care across the United States, as well as, attacking drag performers. And so today is a day where we show the entire world that we will not stand against discrimination regardless of your sexual orientation or gender identity. And it's a day that we also come together not only as the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, and questioning community, but also along with our allies and accomplices that are out there with us fighting this fight. So I want to personally thank the City of Indio for being one of the many cities, not only in California, but across America, stating that they will not discriminate or tolerate discrimination towards our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. And we know how important this work is because we also know the impacts that has on our communities, right? We see the impacts on mental health in the community. We see the impacts on suicide rates in the community. So really appreciate you bringing this up to us and allowing us to honor this day.
Thanks so much for honoring this day. Thank you.
And so we have a proclamation here that says, whereas International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia aims to coordinate international events that raise awareness of LGBT right violations and stimulate interest in LGBT rights worldwide. Whereas the day also serves as a way to shed light on the issues and discrimination surrounding the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities. And whereas this day was established on May 17, 2004 by activist Louis Georges Tin to commemorate the day the World Health Organization removed homosexuality from the International Classification of Diseases list. And whereas the City of Indio is a place that recognizes its lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex residents. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, recognize May 17, 2023 as the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia in the City of Indio. Proclamation. I think we'll take a quick picture here. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And next up, we have proclamation for the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and receiving this will be Michael Milan. Mr. Milan's done a lot of great advocacy work for the API community and is connected with a lot of different communities in our Coachella Valley. So we're really glad to have you here, and thank you for bringing this to our community as well. And we definitely want to acknowledge all the work, you know, especially in, I think one of the ones that always comes to my memory is the work that the Filipino community did with the United Farm Workers and all the advancements that that's brought to our community as well. So really appreciate that, but we want to let you share some words about some of the work that you do out here.
Thanks for letting me borrow this. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Milan. I'm based here in the Coachella Valley. I was elected to serve as president of the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, aka APALA, which it's based in DC, but has a chapter established here in the Inland Empire. We cover all of Riverside County, all of San Bernardino County. The objective of the organization is to lift up the priorities that are unique to workers who are of Asian American Pacific Islander heritage, ensuring safety in the workplace, ensuring that our rights are protected. I also serve as the treasurer for the National Association of Filipino Americans, also based here in the Coachella Valley, and part of a committee that is organizing what will be the first Filipino Cultural Festival here in the Coachella Valley, which will be held on Sunday, October the 8th. So there's a very important way that you all can support the CVFF that's coming in October. I want y'all to be hungry because we are going to have many food options available. I am grateful to Honorable Mayor and City Council for recognizing Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It is so important for our young people, for members of our community who are based here to feel seen and to feel valued, because we make up a very big part of the economic engine and the cultural engine here in the Coachella Valley. So with that, I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Give a little round of applause. Thank you again for all the work that you do, and to all your organizations, please tell them thank you on our behalf as well. And so I have this proclamation that says, whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, our nation celebrates and recognizes the innumerable contributions, vibrant cultures, and rich heritage of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, as they are some of the fastest growing racial and ethnic groups in the nation, and represent a multitude of ethnicities, languages, and experiences that enrich America and strengthen our city. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are approximately 2% or 1,900 citizens that reside within the city of Indio. And whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the city of Indio pays tribute to the irreplaceable legacy of our Asian American and Pacific Islander community and their many contributions to strengthen our city today and into the future. Now, therefore, I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the city of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I'm missing my names. But this one's, yeah, there we go. Thank you. And next up, we have a proclamation for National Police Week, which will be received by Chief Washburn. So today, for National Police Week, we definitely want to honor all of our police officers and all of our staff that supports our police officers for all the work that they do to keep us safe. I also wanted to recognize that on May 15th, it was National Police Memorial Day, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, Memorial Day. So we definitely want to honor all the ones who we've lost in the line of duty here and all their families for all their contributions to our city. But I'll go ahead and let you share some words.
Sure. For anyone who is in Washington, D.C. ever, I would highly recommend that you visit the Law Enforcement Memorial for our nation. It's very sobering. In the last several years, a really disturbing trend has occurred in which many of our officers that are, the number of officers that are killed in the line of duty are now being feloniously assaulted. So it used to be for many, many years, the vast majority of officers killed in the line of duty were as a result of an auto accident or they were struck by a vehicle while at a traffic scene. So feloniously being assaulted is, again, a very disturbing trend that's occurred in the last 5 years. So just want to keep you, like I do, keep all of our officers in your prayers every night, keep our city safe, and our first responders. Of course, our firefighters have, frankly, a little more dangerous job than we do. They're facing issues that we don't. We tend not to run into burning things. They do. But then again, they don't run into gunfire. So I guess we all have our own callings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, please send our thank you on our behalf to all of your staff and your supporting staff out there as well. Thank you. And so we have the proclamation today that says, whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Indio Police Department, and whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 23,785 law enforcement officers in the United States that have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty were honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's 35th Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13, 2023. And whereas the Candlelight Vigil is part of National Police Week, which will be observed this year, May 9th through 20th. And whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, will observe May 9th through 20th, 2023 as National Police Week in the City of Indio, and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And we have 2 more to go. Next one is our National Public Works Week, and we have Tim Wassel and staff who will be receiving this. We brought a team with him. So we always hear about all the recent improvements in Indio and how everybody sees, Indio's looking a lot better these days, and it's a lot of thanks to our staff here in the Public Works Department and all the work they're doing to get us organized and efficient and making sure all of our tax dollars are spent in the best ways possible. So thank you so much for your work, and I'll let you share a few words, Tim.
Thank you so much. This is a great honor for all of us here at Public Works. We serve you every day, tirelessly. We do everything that we can do to make your life better every single day that we can. From your roads, to your bridges, to your traffic signals, that you can wait a little bit on them, to the landscaping, to all the beautification projects that we do. This is part of the team that does that. And without them, the city will be something different. So thanks for the opportunity to do all of this, and thank you to our team and to the city. Thank you. If I may, I would like for Mr. Edgar to receive this proclamation on behalf of Public Works.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, let me read it off for you. So it says, whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Indio. Whereas the city takes great pride in maintaining its infrastructure, facilities, and environmental assets to promote tourism and business investments in Indio and sustaining it as a progressing city for all. And whereas the City of Indio joins the American Public Works Association and government agencies across the United States in acknowledging public works professionals and extends its appreciation for their substantial contributions to our quality of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby proclaim May 21st through 27, 2023 to be National Public Works Week in the City of Indio. All right. And actually, I think while we have you all up here, we do have another proclamation for Mr. Mike Edgar.
Get away.
And so we have Mr. Michael Edgar here, who will be retiring from our staff here soon. And he's, let me read off the proclamation for you all. It says, Michael Edgar was born in Salem, Oregon, to John and Kathleen Edgar in the mid-1950s. And whereas Mr. Edgar was educated in Oregon, graduated from Sandy Union High School, and later graduated from OIT and MHCC, earning degrees in structural engineering and ornamental horticulture. Michael worked as a structural draftsman and designer, precast concrete detailer, and landscape designer before moving into park maintenance. And whereas on April 1st, 2002, Michael started his career with the City of Indio as a landscape inspector, working up to the Parks and Landscape Project Coordinator, and then to Park and Landscape Supervisor position. Projects completed include the new Station 87 Dog Park, Doug York Dog Plaza, improvement projects in most of the city's parks, master planning for the proposed sports park in Miles Avenue Park, as well as the remodel of the council chambers. And whereas his most significant achievement of his career was the Doug York Plaza, where he was the designer and construction manager. And whereas Michael wishes to thank all city staff, contractors, and vendors that offered advice and assistance. And whereas his colleagues know him as a steady, dependable coworker and friend who takes pride in his work and in his community, and who is always ready to lend moral support for a helping hand when needed. Whereas after nearly 20 years of the most challenging and rewarding career possible at the city, Michael announces his retirement at the start of his next life's chapters and chose his last day of dedicated service to the City of Indio as Friday, June 30th, 2023. Now, therefore, I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby honor Michael Edgar for his loyal years of service to the City of Indio. Thank you, Mr. Oh, yes. And here's your proclamation, and you got two, so. Hold these two up for the pictures here. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to miss you.
Yes.
All right, thank you all. Great start to the meeting, right? And now we have a report from our Youth Advisory Council, Bianca Tariquez. I had to ask her which Tariquez she was, because they all start with a V and it gets a little confusing. But thank you, Bianca, for joining us, and go ahead with your report.
Good evening, Mayor Ortiz and City Council members. My name is Bianca Tariquez, and I am the current IAC Secretary. I would first like to report that our second annual mental health hike was this past 6th of May, and it was a success. We had a great turnout. On behalf of the Youth Advisory Council, I would like to thank Community Services Commissioner Nicole Arcega for joining us, and thank Mayor Ortiz and Councilmember Furman for coming out and contributing their thoughts on mental health. I would also like to recognize our seniors that will sadly be leaving us this year. First is YAC member Sophia Campbell, who will be graduating from Cabrillo Point Academy and will be attending Santa Monica City College in the fall with plans of earning an associate's degree for transfer in business. Her goal is to receive a master's degree and continue working in the entertainment industry, while also focusing on serving her community through public service. Next is YAC Treasurer Stephanie De Jesus, who is graduating from Indio High School. She'll be attending Cal State San Bernardino in the Palm Desert campus, majoring in nursing, and hopes to become a future registered nurse. Next is Daniela Rodriguez, who I'm sorry. The past one was Daniela Rodriguez, who will be graduating from Indio High School and will be attending Cal State San Bernardino in the Palm Desert campus and majoring in nursing. Stephanie de Jesus is also graduating from Indio High School and plans to either work at Eisenhower or JFK as a medical assistant. Then she will be attending UC Riverside, where she will major in biology in the pre-med track. Finally, we also have YAC member Aramis Rivera, who will be attending College of the Desert and majoring in journalism. She is also going to earn a minor in law and would like to thank her family for their support. And finally, we have our YAC mayor, Victoria Tariquez, who will be attending the University of San Diego in the fall. She plans on majoring in either communications or marketing with a minor in Spanish. She hopes to come back to the city of Indio and help give back to her community. We will be visiting Universal Studios this June to celebrate our seniors and have our last social. To conclude my report, I would like to announce that applications for Youth Advisory Council are now available and welcome anyone in high school who resides in the city of Indio to apply. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. And congratulations to all of our seniors graduating. We definitely wish you the best. If you guys need letters of recommendation, please let us know and we'll get those to you, all right? Right. And good luck with everything that you guys do. Good luck out there. Next up, we have our city manager reports and information.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly acknowledging this being Public Servant Week. He honored today Public Works Week. Last week it was Building and Safety, last meeting rather, and the police officers. I just as a resident of Team Indio, as a member of Team Indio, as a resident of Indio, want to thank the team for all the hard work that they do. So much is going on right now behind the scenes, but more and more will be visible. Just a few projects that are underway. Later this evening, you'll have an opportunity to award the contract for the connection of Shields Road, that roadway project there. Rancho Los Coyotes is on its way. Downtown here, building the outdoor stage living room project, median improvements along Highway 111, the public safety campus buildings. The list goes on and on. But there are these wonderful public servants that serve us here in the community that deserve the thanks. Also, we just want to remind everybody of the Food Truck Fridays. That's at 5 o'clock every Friday here downtown on the corner of Bliss and Town. And that is my report, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Next up, we have City Council reports on meetings. Councilmember Holmes, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Just a few things. I had a meeting of the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, and we went and reviewed, it was a short meeting, the Climate Resilient and Community Access Grant Program. There were several grants given out to places like the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens for its Native American Conservation Workforce Development Program, Southern California Mountains Foundation for its Climate Corps program. Let's see here, Community Access Program and Local Assistance to Native American Land Conservancy. Several grants given out for the Climate Resilience Project. Also attended, you know what, it's always fun, at McDonald's ribbon cutting. It's always a blast. McDonald's there on Jefferson is open. It's a very cool place, just like every McDonald's is. And the best part of it all is I got a really cool picture with Ronald McDonald. I mean, what else do we want in life? Let's see, what else? Food Truck Fridays are a lot of fun. Come on out on Fridays. There's food and music and so on and so forth. I just want to remind everyone also about Second Saturdays. They're a lot of fun. You can get more food trucks, more food, more ice cream, beer, just everything you could ever want. And it's a great way to spend a Saturday night. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Holmes. Councilmember Furman?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I did have a couple of meetings, and my first one was our Public Safety, CVAG Public Safety Committee meeting, which I chair. And, you know, before I even go into my report on that, I want to thank our YAC for bringing us a report and those videos you did on fentanyl. Right now, we have a bipartisan bill up in Sacramento that is combating fentanyl. And it's very serious. I think we really need to look at our laws as it pertains to fentanyls and the dangers of it and the schedule that it's in right now, and also the punishment. You know, it's a lower schedule. It's not in the higher schedule. I think it's a Schedule 3 right now. But this bill would, if you're convicted of selling fentanyl, you will be read an admonishment. And part of that is that you understand that your actions could lead to somebody's death, and you may be charged with a murder if you sell fentanyl to someone and they die. And during our Public Safety Committee meeting, I asked the committee to take that to executive for support, because I do support that. I think there's enough education out there with fentanyl. I mean, to go into the numbers, in Riverside County, in 2022, we had over 500 deaths from fentanyl. 2021, we have 400. You know, so the numbers are going up. It's very dangerous, and folks know this, and they're educated on it, and I supported that, and I asked our committee to support that as well. And also during the Public Safety Committee meeting, we had a very robust discussion as it pertains to school resource officers. And how that came about is a council member from La Quinta, who's also on the committee, asked us to bring that item. Reason being is we have students from La Quinta who do go to school in Desert Sands, Coachella Unified School District. And you know that's a hot topic in their school district. And typically, I don't think it's a good practice to bring another board or committee's agenda items to yours until it's settled. However, you know, looking at it, we have kids from Indio who go to schools in Coachella Unified School District. And I know that for a fact because I had a parent approach me at an event asking to support, or actually asking for my opinion and support of the school resource officers. And ultimately, our committee decided that we'll keep that discussion going because, you know, we believe that in our climate of active shooters and protecting our soft targets and really protecting our kids, I don't think that's a discussion that goes away. However, I did offer to invite some of their board members to one of our sites so they could see actually what our school resource officers do, how they collaborate with our security at Desert Sands Unified School District, and how we support them. And we did have representatives from Desert Sands Unified School District security there, and they did a great presentation. They answered some great questions. So it's a discussion that's going to be ongoing. Nonetheless, you know, we do have students from Indio and that go there. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be a discussion that's going to go away anytime soon, but hopefully we could continue to collaborate with their board and their security staff to keep our students safe, and also their faculty safe, excuse me. And also, I had a public safety, let me get my notes here. I had a homelessness committee meeting this morning, and the topic of discussion was our point-in-time count, which those numbers have come out for our county. And right now in Indio, we had a count of 108 individuals that are unsheltered in our city, and also 319 which are sheltered, for a total of 427. And to explain what that means, unsheltered would be your chronic homeless folks that you see every day on the street. And your shelter would be the folks who are in one of our shelters, whether it's CV Rescue Mission or Martha's Village and Kitchen or some other support housing. We did see an increase in Riverside County of 12%. And, you know, I asked the county, and I said, you know, are we taking account to where these folks are coming from? Because when we talk about a lot of the good things, a lot of the growth, the transportation, all the good stuff, we talk about how Riverside County is growing. It's one of the fastest growing counties in our state. And but when you get that growth, you also get other challenges that come with it. And part of that, I believe, is homelessness. And so 3 of the biggest factors that they gained from this point in count of interacting with unsheltered folks were family disruption, a lack of income, and unemployment. So those are some of the factors that are contributing to our homelessness out there in Riverside County. Nonetheless, this is a snapshot of numbers and data of what we're really dealing with, because it doesn't account for folks who are quote unquote couch surfing and going from family members' homes. And sometimes we have seniors out there, we have veterans out there. So this is a snapshot of what's going on out there. And one of the good things that we got were also was a street outreach team. You know, our street outreach team expanded their hours. They right now, currently, they work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but they're going to be expanding from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on certain days, which is great. A couple of meetings ago, I shared that I had someone that I knew from school that I went out and helped. I seen a post on social media, and it's 11, 12 o'clock at night, and being a council member and seeing someone needs help, I felt obligated to go out that night, and I went and found them. But I think it happened for a reason. It happened because I went out to this parking lot in La Quinta, Cole's parking lot, and I've seen about 6 families out there in vehicles with students. And so it opened my eyes, being out on the the homelessness committee, and I had no clue that we have families sleeping in parking lots, you know. So I contacted the superintendent. She informed me of some of the services that our school district has. You know, we got some of the resources from some of our local partners, and we're able to get them folks help. But it just goes to show you, when the sun goes down, you know, things change a little bit. So it opened my eyes to a different demographic out there. And one of the other challenges that a council member from Coachella brought up were, you know, a lot of times services and resources are available, but folks don't have identification. So sometimes identification takes a long time. So that's one of the challenges the county is working on right now with the state, with DMV, on expediting that process, because sometimes when you don't have ID, you can't get services. And we also talked about undocumented folks receiving services. Whether you're documented, undocumented or not, whatever the situation is, we don't refuse service to anyone. You know, if someone's asking for help, especially in our city, they're gonna get help. So that was it for my boards and committees, but I did attend the mental health walk, you know, the hike. That was great. Yak, thank you for putting that on. We did it last year. This year was also great as well. You know, I got my lungs going. I think I burned some calories. I put them back on, so I have to go back out. And also the Food Truck Fridays, I attended one of those is great. So please come out and enjoy that. And that'll conclude my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Furman. Councilmember Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only committee that was active was ECAC, which is part of the IID. Not a lot going on in terms of things that the board could actually vote on. We're actually a body that kind of helps make decisions, but a lot of the IID board has already made the decisions for us before it comes out. But there are a lot of services that they talked about that I don't think a lot of people are familiar with, which is the REAP program, which helps people with their bills on their electrical. There's a certain program that people can get involved in based on their income, their age. We lowered it down to 60 years old, where you can have your electric bill paid for. But also at the same time, they provide new refrigerators and take your old one away. They'll help with your air conditioning and appliances that might make your life a little bit easier and take it out from your responsibility of paying for it. So great information, IID.org. If you want to find out what kind of programs are available and what kind of programs that you actually might qualify for. It's 200 times the income bracket for the low income for affordable housing out here. So if it's $50,000, then you can make up to $100,000 to do it. It's 200% of the actual limit. So it's not as low as people think. A lot of people that aren't applying for it actually qualify. And if you can get some money back in your pockets to be able to spend on other stuff, that'll be an advantage for everyone. Also went to McDonald's to thank the Shaloub family for providing another opportunity here in the city of Indio. And then lastly, happy birthday to the city of Indio. Yesterday, we were 93 years old. May 16th in 1930, we were incorporated. So we are 93 years old, the largest city, the oldest city, and the best city as far as I'm concerned. So with that, also Paul Prue was a chief. How long was Paul a volunteer for us? From 20 years on 15 years, and he passed on, so our condolences to his family. And then also Brett Harris, who is a part of the sheriff department, who tragically lost his life. There's 3 sheriff deputies in the last 4 months that have passed on, so our thoughts and prayers with them. And everybody needs to slow down out there. If you're really driving through the city of Indio, we've got new meter signs up. We've got a traffic control going out there. We had a young man over where I live at Heritage Palms drive through and actually run up against the wall, had his arm severed, where it's going to change his life forever. People need to slow down, realize there's other people out there. We're not in that big of a hurry. This valley is very small. You'll get there when you get there, but we really do need to slow down and make sure that everybody's safe. So, because it'll change not only your life, but somebody else's. So, I see our our fire chief over there shaking his head true. It's tragic when you see something like that happen, and it's happening way too much. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller, and thanks for that reminder. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have no report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
No report. Thank you. As for me, at the beginning of this month, I attended the SoCal Association of Governments General Assembly in Palm Desert, got to meet some new elected officials in the region, and made some good connections with our friends out in Imperial Valley, and got to hear about the progress being done in that region and some of the issues that they're facing out there. I also attended the mental health hike with our YAC team. I wanted to thank them for inviting us out there to hike in some great weather and talk about the importance of mental health in everything that we do, whether it's studying, working, or relationships with our friends and families. So thank you again for organizing that for us. I also had the opportunity to host a few schools here for Government Day with the help of Rosalba from our teen center. And we had kids from Kennedy Elementary, Madison, and Amelia Earhart Elementary meet our team and learn about the jobs that we do here in the city. Our police and public works also brought out their vehicles and equipment for the kids to see, and Mikey, our K-9, who searches for drugs and ammo, joined us here as well. Thank you again to our staff for taking the time to host these students and teach them about government work here in our city. I also attended the CVAG Energy and Environment Committee. We had a presentation about the water negotiations for the Colorado River. Still no solid decisions there yet, so we're still waiting to hear on what's going to happen in the future. We also had a presentation from Grid Alternatives, who has done some microgrid and community solar projects throughout the region, and we got to see some of the costs and ways that they receive funding for those projects. Since we're in IID territory, we would need grant funding or other funding sources to have one of those projects available in our city. I believe the TCC grant included them in there as well. I also attended the mural unveiling in downtown for our new mural by Zach Fleming. It's right next to the cacti sculptures here in downtown. Really cool representation of the Santa Rosa Mountains, and we got some news coverage for that as well, and it was followed by our second Saturday's concert, which also got some good news coverage over the past weekend, and we had some fun out there. I spent some time with some of our staff there at the booth. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Inland Regional Energy Network. We discussed our codes and standards program, which will help cities build better policy for energy efficiency. We'll be having an orientation for our local cities to teach about the program on August 3rd here in Indio at 10 a.m. for local city staff. And I've also been attending the Food Truck Fridays event here in downtown. We've been getting some great feedback. People were enjoying having these local vendors available, and they like the open grass area and music they get to enjoy with their families. So thank you to our staff for helping with this, and thank you to Tony Romero, who has been leading that program and doing a great job for us here in our downtown. And that's all I have. So we'll move on to our next item, which is going to be excusing our Youth Advisory Council. Would you like to be excused, Bianca?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Thanks for the report as well.
Thank you, the ACT group.
Yeah. And congratulations again to all of our seniors. Thank you for your service to our community. Appreciate it. All right, and then we'll move on to our consent calendar.
Mayor, I recommend pulling items 10.6 and 10.7 for a separate vote because Councilmember Holmes, I believe, is going to declare conflict on those.
Okay, so we'll pull 10.6 and 10.7 for a separate vote.
And I'd like to pull for discussion 10.9 and 10.11.
10.9 and 10.11 for discussion. So we'll take 10.9 first.
Okay. Engineering, I guess, is the one that's proposing the easement. Abandonment. I'm not opposed to the proposal, I just question, I was under the impression that we had to have an easement next to a canal, that we couldn't allow private property to abut a canal. So is that what we're doing in this situation?
No, the intent was, it was always meant to serve a storm drain line that captures the development flows and routes them to the retention basin. That's as far as that easement goes. It does not continue or connect to Avenue 50.
Okay, so what's the boundary of it then?
The boundary, it's just adjacent to 2 lots, residential lots of the Bravo
Okay.
collection.
All right, so this is just an internal
Correct.
abandonment of an easement.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Raya. And then for 10.11, we have the purchase of a Tanco Model 600 sweeper.
Yes, Mr. Wassel, I always talk about sweepers. I know, we've got this Indio beautification program, and we're really trying to do everything we can to make Indio beautiful, but every time I see a sweeper around town, all I see is dust being lifted up into the air. And that continues to be a concern for me every time we purchase a new sweeper, because I keep asking the question, are these more efficient? Are these more environmentally friendly? And I'm talking more about not raising dust, because for those of us that suffer from dust allergies, it's a big issue, and I'd rather have the dust left on the floor than up in my face and then get sick. I mean, we just had the festivals, and how many people got sick after the festivals because of all the dust in their face? So I'm going to keep asking this question. I know this is something we need to do, but how is the industry evolving, or is there an alternative for desert dwellers to not just have the dust rise up into the air, but maybe be captured? I recently was in London, and they have a different model. That model actually vacuumed and washed the road behind it. So, I mean, we can't keep doing the same thing, because it's just not good to just pick up the dust and let it fly down again.
Sure. And I totally agree with you. So the sweepers that we have, and including this one here, this is the one of the latest models. They brought it in. It was demonstrated. It's very, very efficient. It is a vacuum sweeper. We do have a couple of older sweepers that are broom sweepers, and they're really not supposed to kick up any dust, because they're supposed to be a combination of a little bit of spraying some water and brooms. But the other sweepers that we have are vacuum, and we continually endeavor to not kick up any dust. And if we notice any dust, we stop the sweeper and we take it to service. It's not supposed to kick up that much dust at all. But there are other vendors and other people who sweep around, and they're not our sweepers. They do kick up a lot of dust, and we stop them, and we try to alert them to do a better job. So this particular model and sweeper is desperately needed in our city. We've been buying nothing but older and used sweeper. We finally got one sweeper actually used last year. We worked on it so hard. We finally got it to work really well now, and it's doing a better job. But of all the complaints that we get is if the sweeper is not doing a good job, then we hear it from all of our residents, and we appreciate your comments. We'll definitely take them in.
Is CVAG still contracting for some of the street sweepers, or did we take over that contract?
So we sweep all of our roads, but there's the CVAG program in addition. So they sweep all the regional roads. They sweep them once a month, and we sweep once a month in addition to CVAG sweeping. But when we're killed with a storm, a dust storm or a windstorm, it is really difficult for us to keep up.
And I don't know that we have the manpower to actually monitor what the street sweepers are doing, making sure that they're operating according to what they're supposed to be operating. I mean, I don't know if you've inspected the CVAG ones to make sure they're not the ones kicking up the dust, because I don't know the difference between ours and the CVAG ones. I just see the dust being kicked up. But even our own sweeper that's not a vacuumer, making sure that the people that operate the machine understand that if you get to the point where the machine is not watering down or not vacuuming, then that's time to stop. You know, don't just finish the job and keep kicking up dirt. So I guess I'm asking for us to have a better monitoring system. And I don't know how that's accomplished with your small team, but it is a concern, you know, dust in the air. That's why we have PM10 rules. And it's just really hard here in the desert. And every time I see a sweeper, it's just like, why are we paying for that? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, one of our public works inspectors perhaps periodically can just tag, follow along that CVAG vehicle, because I know which ones they're different, because I recognize ours. And up on 42, for example, it was a CVAG sweeper that was making a dust storm. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And fortunately, it wasn't a city's, but no one knows that out there. So they all assume it's the city. But we can monitor them more closely, and hopefully they need to swap out their sweepers for something more capable like this one that we're proposing.
Well, they contract out, but please, if you could in any way help, I don't know, come up with a policy or something.
Sure. Just remember, our street sweepers, they have our logo on them.
Yeah, but when I'm behind them, I don't
Right.
know that. I just see the dust in my face. Thank you, Mr. Wassel.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Wassel.
So,
any other requests?
No.
Still any
Well,
items?
she's going to recuse on 10-7, but I wanted to talk about it, so
oh, okay.
does she want to leave first?
Okay.
And then I'll join you in a bit. So, city manager, the 10-7 you've kind of mentioned in passing before, but I didn't really get a good feel from the staff report as to what it was going to really look like. Is this a conceptual thing that you're still kind of figuring things out on?
Carl can assist with it, but no, we'd like to jump in. These would be part-time employees, most likely on the weekends or in evenings, probably dressed in a nice, attractive T-shirt or polo. Probably could be retired or semi-retired folks, depending on those that we could attract. And they would just monitor and walk around downtown, assist patrons, visitors to the downtown as different events and restaurants, might also accompany them to and from their parking, be available for other questions about events and things going on in the community. Should they see issues that need to be addressed by law enforcement, they would have access to be able to contact law enforcement right away and just be an extra set of eyes, most likely walking around in twos, as we've seen it in other communities. There is some upfront equipment costs that we're proposing in the budget, such as a little golf cart and so forth, but the rest of it would be an ongoing cost to cover the staffing in the long term.
And where will they be home-based from? Like, they have to have a home base.
Where they check in and out of.
Well, they would report to economic
A
development.
physical location where they come and take their breaks, they check in.
City Hall. Yeah, good question. City Hall.
That's why I'm asking. Is this really fully fleshed out? or
Well,
is it
I guess I
conceptual?
hadn't thought of that question, but much like this is where they would check in, and if they need to grab a water or whatever, it would be at City Hall. Yeah, we really don't have another facility, and it'd be a short walk to get to the area. This does complement, of course, what law enforcement is doing. We have some downtown security, as well as we have the COD security. So we just want to reassure all of the patrons that come downtown, this is a safe place, and they'll be welcomed in a very warm way by these ambassadors to the various restaurants and other shops downtown.
I like the golf cart idea, too. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we really, thought it through. Thank you.
Just as a suggestion, Carl, you know, some cities have like, I don't like, not huts, but they have little spots where vendors could set up, and you know, when they have their maybe their second Saturdays or things like that, maybe we have a little spot for them where they could congregate and also have information if somebody needs information, or they could, you know, set or rotate from that spot, or have this a spot where also the Call It to the Desert, our law enforcement and that team could also utilize and meet up, you know, one designated little area. This is an idea.
That's a great idea. We could actually use one of our storefronts, you know, that we have in downtown also.
Yeah.
But I just want to amplify a little bit on it just for the public that might be watching, for folks that are in here. You know, there's a huge investment that's been made by the city and by all of these restaurateurs and business owners that are coming into our downtown, way much over and above all of the financial investment by the city. We need to protect that investment. We also, as we open up downtown again to the community and to visitors, we need to make sure that it is a perceived safe place to be, as it is, and also to give them comfort and to be able to, help them find their way around downtown. A lot of successful downtowns have done these types of programs. Way back when we did one in Long Beach, and it worked really well. There's some up in Northern California as well that have been very successful. So we just want to make sure that we improve the customer experience, the visitor experience, that we are proactive, one of our P's, and then be polite to our customers and help them find their way as they go around through the downtown. We'll have a lot of restaurants, as you know, opening up in the fall, and there's a lot of other projects. We've got over 18 projects queued up in downtown right now. COD and all of that, the stuff that our multifamily developers doing, Oscar Lua across the way, and then a number of other retailers and restaurants. So this is just another one of those nice things that we can do to really improve that customer experience and ensure that it's always a positive experience.
If I could make a suggestion, Carl, and that when you do that, if you do bring them in, because first we got to have a place to put the golf cart. Maybe we partner up with Cerna because they have that building on Oasis. We could use theirs as like that because you really can't open up City Hall. Where you can put the golf cart, you're going to have a spot. If they have issues, Cerna's there to help them. If they really need issues, then they can call the police. But anything they have, they should be able to use with Cerna. You think it'd be a good relationship to put them together. They can pull the golf cart out, pull it back in there. I'm sure they have some room in there, and then instead of opening up City Hall or some of our other buildings or taking another storefront, be able to use Cerna and that, and then have the support of them to follow up in case you need some help.
Yeah, we'll reach out to all of our community partners and see what the best fit is. And to Mayor Pro Tem's comment, we are still kind of putting the meat on the bones on this, right? But we wanted to introduce it to the council, get authorization to roll forward. We will be doing our very best to go off of best practices and what we've learned about our downtown and what we are planning for the downtown. So we'll put something together that you and the community can be proud of. As a fallback on that car, we could put it in our Scarna building. We've got plenty of room in there, right, in that roll-up door. So there's another opportunity there. But it's those little things that we'll be working on in the next several months because we want to be ready in the fall when these things open. We want to have these folks out there and walking around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm recusing.
Thank you.
On 6.
10.6.
I'm recusing on 10.6.
So I'm gonna
Confusing on
make a
10.6.
motion as soon as Ms.
Wait, hold on.
Lupe gets out to approve the consent calendar 10.1 to 10.5 and then 10.8 to 10.14 as presented.
It is Mayor Pro Tem coming back for 10.7.
So I would recommend taking votes on the items that they're recused off of.
Oh, do you just want to do the 2? The 10?
Yeah, so why don't you do 10.6?
Okay.
And then we can invite the Mayor Pro Tem back, do 10.7, and we can invite Councilmember
And then
Holmes
do the
back,
other
and then you
ones?
guys can vote on the
Okay.
rest.
Okay. So we'll do 10.6.
I'll stand at the door.
Okay. Make a motion to approve 10.6 as presented.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Furman. Let's go ahead and vote.
And let me do roll call on this
Yeah.
one.
We'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Furman,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. And then we'll
Now we bring in
wait for
Lupe.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah.
All right, now we'll take on 10.7.
I'll make a motion to approve 10.7 as presented.
I'll second.
And you can do this electronically.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Councilmember Furman, and we'll go ahead and take a vote.
never mind. Let me do roll call.
Roll call vote? Let's do
Yes,
it.
thank you. Okay. Councilmember Furman,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Amit,
Aye.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, and we'll move on to the rest of the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar 10.1 to 10.5 and then 10.8 to 10.14. I guess I did do that backwards, didn't I?
Yeah, I'll
Sorry
second.
about that.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Miller and a second by Councilmember Furman. Let's go ahead and take a vote.
My apologies, Mayor. Something went wrong with my voting system, so I will take a roll call.
All right.
Councilmember Furman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Amit,
Aye.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And we'll move on to our administrative items. We have 11.1, establishing the Indio Economic Development Corporation. And we have Carl Morgan, or maybe not. How's it going, Miguel?
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the council. I am Miguel Ramirez Cornejo, Economic Development Manager, and tonight we will be talking about the Indio Economic Development Corporation. The Economic Development Corporation is a creation of a 501c3 nonprofit organization to promote economic development within a geographic location, Indio city limits, supporting long-term strategic goals. It's a charitable nonprofit that gives the ability to finance new and existing business enterprises, providing benefits to the business community by offering low-interest loans, grants, tax incentives, and other incentives. And EDC's real goal is to aid in economically distressed or blighted areas, assist small businesses in obtaining alternative financing, provide jobs and training to unemployed and underemployed, and benefit disadvantaged groups. Now, how is an economic development corporation different than a chamber of commerce? An EDC's focus is providing financial assistance to businesses that sometimes you can't receive through financial institutions for whatever reason. And that comes in some forms of low-interest loans, grants, tax incentives, and even property acquisitions and sales. A chamber of commerce focuses more on the ribbon cutting, state of the cities, mixers, and providing business resources. Those are kind of some of the differences on them. Now, the Indio Economic Development Corporation board of directors, or proposed board of directors, is one member of the city council for the city of Indio, as selected by the city council, the then city manager or designee for the city of Indio, two members selected by the Cabazon Band of Cahuilla Indians, and 3 at-large members selected from by the first 4 members of the EDC board, representing 1 representative from the top 25 sales tax producing businesses, 1 representative from the top transient occupancy tax or TOT producers, and 1 representative from top entertainment business, which would be Golden Voice, is our top entertainment business. And this is essentially giving the business community a seat at the table to be able to be involved in the decisions and the future of economic development for the city of Indio. And the goal of the Indio's Economic Development Corporation is really attracting new businesses, fostering and supporting entrepreneurship, facilitating commercial and industrial real estate development, job creation, increased property tax revenues, and also sales tax and TOT revenues, regional collaboration, and community development. The Indio Economic Development Corporation will serve as the economic driver to attract new businesses and investment and create jobs for our residents. The IEDC actions and investments will create wealth for the city of Indio's businesses and residents. And staff is seeking the city council's input and authorization for the city manager and legal counsel, separate from the current city attorney, to create and finalize necessary documents for the formation of the Indio Economic Development Corporation and bring those documents back for final approval by the council. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions or comments?
I do.
Go, Mayor Pro Tem.
So why a separate council?
The separate board would actually give the business community a seat at the table.
No.
I can maybe answer that question.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The legal counsel.
Because it's anticipated that the city is going to be entering into contracts with this other entity. We want to make sure that it is very clear that it is not an alter ego of the city, that it is its own legal entity that has its own purpose. We don't want to create conflicts of interest in the legal department here. And I think a lot of this, frankly, is going to come down to the development of certain properties that may have tax exempt bonds on them. And if it's an alter ego of the city, that may complicate the disposition of those assets.
I'm talking about why is a separate legal counsel going to create 501c3 for us?
Right. I think that's sort of what I was getting to, was the purpose of having a separate legal counsel is one of many items that will be going into how this entity is created to ensure that it is not considered an alter ego or essentially just an arm of the city.
But what authority does an outside legal counsel have to bring forward to the council something to consider?
So the outside legal counsel presumably would do the filing of the documents, which
So you're saying we're going to contract outside legal counsel to create a 501c3?
No, the city will not be entering into a contract with outside legal counsel. Outside legal counsel would be entering into contracts with the newly created entity.
But we're creating.
There's a disconnect. You have to first, there has to be a handoff from us to them, and I don't see it yet.
I understand. I understand that the staff report is titled Creation
Yeah.
of the Economic Development
Right.
Corporation. I think that is more in the line of getting your blessing for the city to participate
Yes.
in the creation of this entity.
I agree with
the
you.
city is not
We're not doing
itself
this.
creating this
No.
entity.
So, okay, so you're asking for our participation in this future 501c3,
Yes.
which
yeah.
we've done this before,
Yes, ma'am.
but it's different wording than what he said. Okay, the other question is, have the tribe and Golden Voice said they would be a part of it?
That part has not been discussed with them yet. Right now, this is just what the board can look like as a recommendation to get all different types of industries that are, business industries that are within the city limits.
But the reason I'm asking for buy-in is because we've created 501c3s with the best of intentions in the past and wasted money doing so and investing in them because the buy-in wasn't there and the leadership wasn't there. And before I can agree to be part of something, I want to know that there's buy-in.
And I think Councilmember, I think again, that goes back to maybe some inartful wording where we're saying creation, right?
Right.
Staff at this point is not saying, we're going to go make this
No,
nonprofit and hope people show up.
Right.
These are the general terms that staff is recommending.
Right.
We're looking for your buy-in first before we start
Okay,
shopping around.
so you're looking for my blessing because I'm not going to buy in until I know what the program looks like.
It could be contingent. Do you like the concept? Are there some guidance and input you could provide as we reach out? And then before you see the big picture, you wouldn't make a final decision, so there'd be some contingency in your.
To see if we want to be a part of it.
Exactly.
Okay, the other question is, how in the world is a 501c3 going to give tax incentives?
So that's a really good question. Again, as I mentioned, we're looking at ways where the city could enter into contracts with the 501c3. I don't want to create legal conflicts by being the lawyer on both sides of that.
Right, that one I know.
A lot of these economic development corporations also contract with GoBiz through the governor's office to make the process for applying for those tax incentives at the state and federal level easier to facilitate those. I think that's the overall goal. We're not talking about like tax increment financing or anything like that.
Yeah, but except the county of Riverside's already sucked up all the GoBiz funds.
Understood. That was an example of, I think, the kind of program that they'd be looking at going for and helping facilitate. Because I think you're well familiar with this. When you're a small business and you're trying to establish, there are so many government programs out there, and there's no one here in Indio that really can be that central place that says, here are the 5 programs that you qualify for. We already have the contacts at the state. Here's the people you need to contact. Here's the forms that you need. So I think that's one of the goals of that type of program. I don't think a private entity itself can hand out tax incentives. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think the inartful wording there might be this nonprofit would recommend to you, to the state, to the county, if a worthy cause, some sort of abatements. It could be a TOT abatement, which has been done here. So they would be an instrument in assisting businesses seeking your county and state support for incentives.
Okay, thank you.
Lupe asked most of my questions, but what are we gonna do for funding to start this thing? I mean, is it something that each one of these entities are gonna put in 50,000? Usually when you start something and you're a deciding member, you know, I mean, as part of this, are we got a financial obligation to get it growing, or what are we doing?
I think all participants would be asked and suggested that they participate. There are some assets, as the city attorney indicated, that are tax exempt assets that we have that this entity may better facilitate, and that would create a revenue stream for them. But I would not be surprised if just the entities that were suggested as board members, I bet there would be an annual participation and assistance, particularly if they saw value. If it was a successful 501c3, there'll be more and more money over time, also eligible for grants that the city wouldn't be eligible for, particularly at the federal level.
Yeah,
So it's just a unique entity to do things in many respects that we just aren't able to do. Often it's said that, you know, government has to step in where the business can't provide services, so a government steps in. Nonprofits step in when it's very difficult for governments to effectuate activities and services. So this entity, if formed, would do things that we just aren't as equipped to do.
Yeah, I'd like that if, once the RDA stopped, we would have started this a little bit earlier, would have probably helped with a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Well, we tried with East Valley, what was that thing?
East Valley Reclamation.
No,
East Valley Coalition.
That's what we tried.
Right,
That's
but
one example.
but then we had different, and then the other question, I mean, I like the actual individuals, obviously Golden Voice would be the other one, but like, when you're talking TOT tax, I mean, it's probably Airbnb. Would they actually, I mean, if you really go by dollar amount, it's Airbnb.
I think if we took our top 25 in that area, there would be some short-term rental operators in that, and they would be eligible amongst the top producers.
I've got a little bit of a smirk on my face, only because Airbnb makes it explicitly clear that they are simply a platform.
Yeah,
market.
but they send us a big
They're
check.
not a hotel chain.
You're talking dollar amounts.
Yeah, I think you're
far
probably right, but I think on the face, it'd probably end up being our largest hotel.
Well, that's why I said I think we need to do it to specifically into Indio. I mean, not that Airbnb couldn't, but I'd hate for them to put one of their members on it that really doesn't have that big, or it does their interest. The interest is to benefit us all, not the city, not anybody else, and that, you know, I want to make sure that if they're going to do it, it's going to be a property here that's owned by somebody like one of our hotels. I don't want to say our hotel, because it could even be Golden Voice. You know, you got to think the TOT, they pay us for them from the festivals. Could also be the tents, the campers and that, especially if you throw in a desert trip. So.
Exactly, and a component of this, back a slide or two, and if you have control of that, is the fact that the makeup of the board, these initial 4 members would review, perhaps receive applications from interested parties. Okay. So that one representative from the TOT, most likely a hotel, but could it be a very large local owner of a short-term rentals? I suppose it could, if they're generating that kind of revenue.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's in the best interest if we're really going to pull these people in, get buy-in. If the people don't believe in what the people that represent it do, they aren't going to buy it. Kind of like our Measure X and Measure E. They bought into what they trusted us to be able to do it. Anybody put any money in this is going to want to make sure that it's taken to the best of their ability.
Absolutely, and to the
thank
point.
you. I think it's great.
And to the point made by the Mayor Pro Tem as well, just making sure if there is support for this, we will then talk to these type of individuals to make sure there is buy-in and they catch the mission and the vision of what's trying to be done.
One concern I have is we don't have a seat up there for specifically somebody well-connected with the small businesses. So I don't know if that's something that we should include in there. I'm not sure which organization that would be, but
Well, economic development's usually large industry, large employers.
To the makeup of the,
We want the big players.
yeah, but we also want to see somebody who's well-connected with the small businesses, who knows the needs of the small businesses, right?
But that's not the goal of this committee. This committee is
It'd
to
be-
bring industry into the city.
It'll be interesting unless you want to expand it. But I see what Oscar's saying, but it won't be the chamber, I can guarantee you that.
no, I don't think that would be the right call, but perhaps the Cabazon, you know, the Cahuilla, the tribe, if that were one member and a small business group were another, is a consideration. I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. These are typically the larger scale. But the mission of the organization is help businesses small and large. So that it's kind of it's an overall economics development strategy. But perhaps if we're going to keep it to an odd number, perhaps one representative from the tribe and one from the small business community. We have to define that, but certainly an option.
Local restaurants, but
Could be one of our local owners in downtown.
Within the downtown area?
But we're just asking right now for buy-in to go out and make this happen, and it will come back to us, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, we still have some wiggle room if, you know, but I mean, I like the idea. I think it's a
As I
great
say,
idea.
I like the conversation we're having. I mean, I think it shows that we're just totally engaged and accepting and interested and,
Like it.
yeah, I like it too.
Just one thing I wanted to add, as we were talking about this and looking at the opportunity, as we all know in this room, there are some really high net worth individuals that live in our community that represent a lot of big companies that I don't rub elbows with. Some of you may, but that's an untapped resource for this entity that gives them a 100% write-off for the dollars that they put in. And if they want to get behind and believe in the vision of this and see the value of the lift that it could create in our community and how it could improve our corridors and do a lot of wonderful good things for the community, then I think this is a great opportunity to try and vet that out and figure it out. If it doesn't work going downstream, then we can pivot and change. But I believe if we all roll up our sleeves and lean into it, we can make this become something that can really, truly drive wealth creation in our community.
And on that inspirational note, I'm going to make a motion, please.
All right, we have a motion from, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good, okay, I have to make a motion. Establish the Indio Economic Development Corporation to support the economic development of the city of Indio and authorize the city manager and city attorney to create and finalize necessary documents for the formation of the Indio Economic Development Corporation and bring those back for final approval by the council. The IEDC will be an independent, nonprofit entity that aims to attract new businesses, retain existing ones, and create job opportunities in the city of Indio.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Councilmember Holmes, motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Furman. Let's go ahead and vote.
Stephen, is this establishing this or giving them the authority
So
to look into it? Because you made that clear that establishing wasn't a good word.
I think the establishing, I agree, was a little inartful. I think if you read the rest of the recommendation, it's pretty clear what we're looking for here is the blessing, proceed forward, do the documents, have the meeting, shake the hands, get the buy-in, come back and let you know, okay, this is what we actually have for your approval.
Just want to make sure.
We're not going to go create it tomorrow.
Good.
Okay.
One more vote?
One more vote.
Who didn't vote?
I don't have anything on my screen.
Wayman, I'm just kidding.
I mean, yes, but I don't have anything on my screen.
His screen's black.
Oh, this is one of ours. Right. Mine's black.
All right, well, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And we'll move on to 12.1, request for a certificate of public convenience for necessity determination for a type 20 liquor license.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. The item before you this evening is a request for an issuance of a certificate of public convenience or necessity. The council has had these before you in the past, and it's a very similar process. So to quickly go through this evening, the applicant is Sunny and Karen LLC, represented by Sandeep Shandy. These processes start when an applicant makes an application to the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control for a liquor license. In this instance, a Type 20 liquor license, which is for the sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption. So that application was made in January of 2023. More recently, Sonny and Karen made application to the city in April of 2023 for the public convenience or necessity application, and I'll explain why they had to do that in a moment. The site in question is what is often referred to as Shandy Square. This is at the southwest corner of Varner Road and Jefferson Street. It's the area that's under construction. You may remember it had all that big pile of dirt on it that has been subsequently, they were back under construction. So that is the location. This project was approved by your planning commission 2 years ago. In addition to the convenience market and fuel station, it also will have a car wash and a drive-through restaurant. This is in Census Tract 494. And ABC, or Alcohol Beverage Control, identified that there was one existing Type 21 license in the area, which, based on this census tract, led to a determination of an undue concentration. So that is why we are before you this evening. So the Unified Development Code that you adopted and became effective in October of 2022 establishes the process for your consideration of a certificate of public convenience or necessity. It requires a public hearing, and the decision-making criteria are listed below on the PowerPoint in front of you. And the staff report goes into significant detail as to how this request complies. There are 4 main criteria, and staff made the determination that the applicant's request for the certificate complies with all of them. So based on that, staff is recommending that the council make a motion to issue the certificate of public convenience or necessity for the location specified on the screen in front of you. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, this is a public hearing, so there will be an opportunity for public testimony as well. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of staff at this time?
No, I think this is the Circle K that's being built.
No, the Ralphs.
The Ralphs?
Well, it is, the Ralphs is the existing one in Bermuda Dunes. This is going to be, it looks like it is going to be a Circle K. That's the latest plans that we understand. So it would be a Circle K convenience market, and just as the Mayor Pro Tem indicated, the Ralphs is where the existing Type 21 license, and because there's one there, and they're asking for another license at this location in this census tract, ABC made the determination that 2 equals an undue concentration, which is why we're before you.
Okay.
So undue concentration, even though they're really far apart, just because they're in the same census tract?
It is a little bit odd. I agree with you. I had the same question in my head, Mayor Pro Tem, but because of the way the census tract is structured and based on their criteria for undue concentration, more than one in this census tract is undue concentration.
Unless somebody has a question.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
Not on Zoom, Mayor.
Anybody present? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll entertain motion if you have any questions.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to issue a certificate of public convenience or necessity determination. It says or, is it supposed to be of? Or necessity determination, city case number 23-03-30, to authorize the sale of beer and wine for consumption of off the premises identified as a Type 20 liquor license issued by the California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control for a new convenience market located at 4695 Jefferson Street, Indio, California 92201, assessor's parcel number 607-260-056, located at the southwest corner of the Varner Road and Jefferson Street.
All right, we have a motion by our Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll move on to item 12.2, resolution number 10353, approving tentative parcel map for the ABC Recovery Project. And we have Kevin Snyder.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I want to introduce Kendra Reeve, Principal Planner. She's going to be providing you a staff report, and at the end of her staff report, I have a few comments on a correspondence you received on this matter earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. As Kevin stated, my name is Kendra Reif. I'm the principal planner for the Community Development Department. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting the tentative parcel map for ABC Recovery. The proposed project or subdivision of the parcel is for assessor parcels number 611-023-043, and it's located south of Indio Boulevard, east of Sungold Street, west of Palm Street, and north of Luce Drive and Valencia Drive. The Planning Commission recommended the tentative parcel map for approval on April 12th of 2023. This is the proposed site location. The project will be subdividing assessor parcel number 611-023-043 into 2 parcels. Parcel 1 will be located to the west and will be accessible via Indio Boulevard. Parcel 2 will be located to the east and will be accessible via Palm Drive. Parcel 2 will contain the existing ABC recovery facilities. The proposed subdivision of the parcel is being proposed due to financial reasons. The proposed parcel subdivision is compliant with the Subdivision Map Act because the project is consistent with the General Plan and Unified Development Code development standards for a tentative parcel map. The parcel subdivision will not conflict with easements acquired by the public at large for access through or use of property within the proposed parcel subdivision. As such, all improvements will be constructed to be adequate for the project, and it will not cause substantial environmental damage or injure fish, wildlife, or their habitat. The required conditions of approval ensure the project from being detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, and it would actually promote the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff has determined that no further environmental documentation is required because the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15315, minor land divisions. And at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to the director, Kevin Snyder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. So earlier today, the city clerk administrator transmitted a letter from the law offices of Frank Weiser, who represents Mr. Patel, who's the owner of the Tropics Motor Hotel, which is immediately adjacent to the ABC Recovery Center. And in that correspondence, there were some concerns raised about the council's consideration this evening. I want to clarify what the council is considering this evening, which is a tentative parcel map. The project that is being proposed for this property, the ABC Recovery Center, is a recipient of a state grant for a mental health facility on this property. That state grant, the program is called the Behavioral, I'm going to read it because I'll get it wrong if I don't, the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. And that program, by being a recipient of the grant funding from that program exempts the city of Indio from doing any entitlement reviews on that project. It's automatically assumed allowed. We are not allowed to conduct any land use entitlements review, such as a conditional use permit or a design review. Further, the building review of the project is under the authority of the Office of the State Architect. So the only item before the council this evening is the tentative parcel map, which is for the subdivision of the land. The actual building of the project on the site is not under the authority of the city to review, whether it's the Planning Commission or the City Council. So I just want to make clear, because there's some mixing of the project and the tentative parcel map in the correspondence that you received. And at this time, the public hearing item and the action that you're being requested to consider is for the tentative parcel map only. And again, we're exempted from other reviews of the project, which is the mental health facility. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear on the record for the council. Certainly happy to answer any questions that the council has, any questions about that before you open the public hearing. But thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Do you have any questions?
Just a real quick one. I know we're not talking about the project, but is it going to take up the whole 6 acres?
No, it's roughly about a 40,000 square foot facility. There'll be parking and other site improvements, but it will not be the entire site.
So then why are they subdividing the entire?
So our understanding is that for purposes of the state funding that they're receiving, they have to go through this parcelization to separate assets. So that's why we put the reasons is for financial reasons, to make sure that there is separation between existing assets that aren't part of the state funding program and assets that will be part of the state funding program.
Yeah, I understand that for the building side, but on the 6.6 acre site that we're considering tonight, they're only going to use 40,000 square feet of it, which is
40,000 for the building,
plus
parking.
parking, so maybe an acre and a half.
Correct.
So are we going to later consider a map subdividing again?
That's an excellent question that I don't have an answer for, Mayor Pro Tem. But certainly there will be opportunities in the future if they have other uses intended for the property. That it is a larger site. It's actually larger than they have a need for. So there may be additional projects to come down the road that they may want to use the property for. But for purposes of seasoning, that again, the project, which we're not discussing, that's the project and the tentative parcel map. But yes, there's excess land.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. I do have a request to speak from Mr. Christopher Yingling.
I actually printed out some artist impressions of the project so that you guys could get a visual. It would occupy a little bit more than 1 acre. It'll probably occupy about 4. And the area that would not be developed on that lot would be the area near Mr. Patel's property. So we'd have a little buffer there, but if I could, I would provide these to them. And the reason for the subdivision is there's a grant requirement match, and it basically comes to $2.4 million. We've provided some cash, and then the lot would appraise once subdivided at $1.9 million. So we would like to only encumber the amount needed, and if we encumbered the entire 10-acre lot, it would be about a $15 million encumbrance. And then if we needed a line of credit in the future or something like that, it would tie us up.
So are we looking at what street view from Indio Boulevard?
So you're looking south from just.
Okay, so Indio Boulevard's up here.
And Valencia is right on the, out of the picture on the lower side.
On the right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to speak, or is that it?
If there's nothing else, I mean, I don't want to rock the boat. Our board chairman is on the Zoom call, and our civil engineer couldn't be here tonight. But he just wanted to try to make sure that we could get it approved. It's a condition of the funding, and to execute the contract, I have to put a performance deed of trust on that land once the lot line adjustment is complete, and we're already in the extension process. So we're really hoping that we can get it approved, and I thank you for your consideration and all the support that the city's given us, and thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments?
Yes, Mayor, there are 2 callers on Zoom. One, David Gray. David Gray, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Gray. I am the chairman of the board of ABC Recovery Center. Thank you so much, Mayor Ortiz, council members, city staff, for your careful consideration of this project. I believe that Mr. Snyder answered or made some of the points that I would make, that the matter before the city right now is simply approval of a parcel map. The reason for the parcel map is to separate out the developed property that will be funded by the grant from the state, because they require a long-term encumbrance of that property. I can't recall whether it's 25 or 30 years, and we want to be able to use the other property if needed to renovate other facilities after this is built. That's the simple reason for this. It's only the parcel map. We're not yet at the approval of plans or construction phase. To that end, I wanted to address a couple of items very quickly in the proposal, in the proposed resolution. I think that the comments, or the paragraphs starting on page 4 in the category prior to final map approval, first, as a ministerial matter, items 1 and 9 say the same thing. Beyond that, items 1 through 9, I think everything is acceptable to us, but we would prefer that only actual conditions that are required for approval of a parcel map, which are specifically 10 and 11, although we don't have a problem with number 12 either, are conditions to final map approval. And we're fine if the other items are included on an informational basis, which because it's obvious that, yes, we would have to submit a map to the Coachella Valley Water District for their review and to obtain a clearance letter. But we've already done all that as part of the grant application. I think that has been submitted to the city. We just don't want any required approvals that rely on third parties to give us information that could interfere our funding schedule. And beyond that, I would humbly request that the council remove items 1 and 9 or merely add them in as it is advisory and required after map approval that any further development will include those and allow us to proceed in closing on the funding and then building this much needed facility. I'm available to answer any questions any of the council may have.
Do you have any questions?
Kevin, he's saying that number 1 and 9 are repetitive, but he's also asking.
1 through 9, right?
Yeah, no, 1 and 9.
Oh, sorry.
And also if those items that you've listed that are obvious that he has to do because of the MAP Act, that they're not listed as conditions, but listed as just FYI or administratively, you understand that you must do these things so that they don't tie up the loan timeline.
Correct. Those are typical conditions of approval from our friends in Public Works, but I think knowing that this is primarily a paper approval, staff has no objection if council wants to accept the request and proceed. So no major issues, concerns with his request.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Go ahead and close the public hearing.
I still have one more, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I believe this is Mr. Frank Weiser. He is on Zoom. Mr. Weiser, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Frank Weiser appearing on behalf of the Tropics Motor Hotel. Mukesh Patel is the owner and his corporation, Tropic Motors Hotel, Inc. I did file a letter. I appreciate the council acknowledges that. I just wanted to address some of the issues that were raised with regards to that letter. I'm well cognizant of what state law indicates here, but I do think that the constitutional objections under the supremacy clause of the Constitution override any kind of state law here if there's going to be a constitutional violation of my client's rights. I delineated that in the letter. I'm not going to reiterate that here, but I do think there is one issue and perhaps a little bit of ambiguity. I'm sure the city attorney may take a different view, but I do believe the Subdivision Map Act requires that the council find that the project is physically suitable for the area in which it is being proposed. And I do believe the word physical suitability has a little more broader construction, especially if there's going to be some constitutional violation of my client's rights. I don't believe this is physically suitable. I did hear about a buffer. I'm not clear how that buffer is going to prevent the type of, once again, we're not against the ABC Recovery Center. We're not against the idea of recovery center for placing it. We just don't think that the area next to a motel and a family motel that's been in business so many years is the right place to have it. So I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to stand on the exception which we believe is in the Subdivision Map Act. And once again, the constitutional violations. With that, we would ask that the map proposed subdivision be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Weiser.
Mayor, could I just put something onto the record? First off, hello, Mr. Weiser. Good to see you again. Steve Graham, City Attorney. Kevin referenced this, but I'll just make it very straightforward. Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 5960.3, relates to projects which are funded by the grant whose name is long and difficult to say, so I won't repeat it. But subsection A says, notwithstanding any other law, a facility project funded by a grant pursuant to this chapter shall be deemed consistent and in conformity with any applicable local plan, standard, requirement, and allowed as a permitted use within the zone in which the structure is located, and shall not be subject to a conditional use permit, discretionary permit, and then here's the important part for us, or any other discretionary reviews or approvals. The legislature was well aware that these uses were not going to be popular wherever they were going to be located, but the state wanted to spend the money to address this matter of statewide concern. And so they took away local government's ability to have any discretionary review on these projects. Coachella dealt with the same thing with the county's behavioral health center. Hemet's dealing with the same thing on the county's behavioral health center, because those are both funded by this grant program. So cities all over the state are being faced with the exact same question. And with all due respect to Mr. Weiser and his clients, the city's not in a position where it can deny this project under state law. We're required to approve it. We tried to make that distinction. I know we wanted to ask about the project. But when we're looking at the application before you, we're getting this more and more with projects like this, with housing projects. They have to come forward because they have to be approved. But it's difficult, what happens if you don't approve it? Well, you don't really have a choice as an entity, because the state legislature's taken that away. So I just wanted to put the code section into the record, reinforce the point that Kevin had made, and make it clear to Mr. Weiser, with all due respect to the constitutional concerns, the city doesn't have the ability under state law to act.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Any other comments?
No more comments, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and
Okay, so go ahead.
close the public hearing and
So,
question.
Mr. Graham, the section code that you just narrated for us usurps the subdivision map act?
I would say that insofar as the subdivision map act and the city's implementation of that pursuant to our own subdivision standards was going to be interpreted as allowing the city to engage in a discretionary review for the purposes of stopping the project, I don't believe that the city has that authority because of that section.
Yeah, no, I understood everything that you led us to listen to. I just wanted to hear you say that it usurped the subdivision map act process.
I think that if the city attempted to use the subdivision map act to prevent this project from going forward, I believe that someone challenging the city would use this statute and they would have a high likelihood of success.
Thank you.
Though if you did deny this item right now, the entity, ABC, would be forced to encumber a very large property. So it wouldn't stop the project, but it would hamper them as a nonprofit in the work that they do. So I don't believe it comes into relevance relating to what we can and can't do on the map. It's for their convenience, not ours. And it's not to stop the project one way or the other. No matter what you decide today, this project's going to be built.
Thank you, City Manager. Any other questions? All right, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion if we have one.
Who wants to do it? Oh, you're not reading. I'll move that we approve resolution number 10353, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Indio, California, approving tentative parcel map number 38630, case file number 2023-01-01 for the ABC Recovery Project pursuant to Chapter 156 subdivision regulations of the Indio Municipal Code on certain real properties located south of Indio Boulevard, east of Sungold Street, west of Palm Street, and north of Luce Street, and making determination that no further environmental review is required pursuant to Section 15315 minor land divisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. Just a question, how come we're not referring to the welfare code?
It's not a bad idea. I mean, I think we can put pursuant to.
I think that should be in there.
That's fine.
So you added.
We'll add the section. The section is 5960.3.
Thank you.
Second.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Holmes. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And we'll move on to item 12.3, resolution number 10354, amended and restated resolution approving the city's continued participation in the statewide community infrastructure program of the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. And we have Mr. Rockwell.
Yes, I'll be handling that this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Rob Rockwell, Assistant City Manager and Finance Director. Staff is asking the City Council to amend the agreement with the California Statewide Community Development Authority. The California Statewide Development Authority is a joint powers authority sponsored by the League of California City with 500 city 530 city, county, and special district members. Through the Development Authority, local developers can finance impact fees, entitlement fees, building permit fees, along with public capital improvements. We have just two recent examples of developers using this program just in the last 6 months. Lennar Homes used it for the España project, and LGI Homes was just approved today in its financing for some fees of the Northgate Crossing project. So what's being asked of the council this evening is to adopt an amended resolution which actually expands the benefits of the program. Traditionally, these fees are financed through an assessment district financing, and through the amended resolution, developers will be able to use what's called community facility district financing, which allows them to finance a broader range of city fees, also to adjust fees by specific project. That means they'll be able to, these fees are typically passed on to homeowners, so the amounts will vary depending on the size of the house. And also with developers with large projects, they'll be able to do phased financing. So the benefits to the city include that the Development Authority handles all the district formation, the administration, the bond issuance, and the administrative functions. And the benefit to the developer is that they get to combine their financing needs with a whole bunch of other developers throughout the state for a greater economies of scale, which basically lowers the cost of the finances. Lastly, I'll just mention that we have a representative, James Hamill, online from the Development Authority in case there are any additional questions. But I think this item is pretty straightforward. The City of Indio has been a member of the Development Authority since 2017. So I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Do we have any questions for staff? No questions for staff. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
No, Mayor.
No public comments. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion if there's no questions.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 10354, amending and restating the city's participation in the statewide community infrastructure program of the California Statewide Communities Development Authority.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miller, a second from Councilmember Holmes. Go ahead and take a vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And we'll move on to public comments not on the agenda. I have one here from Mr. Michael Zamudio.
Good evening, City Manager, Chief, Council members, Mayor. I'm here just to say, I noticed it on the agenda, it's in references to a street sweeper. I got here late, but I do want to commend the city for our area. I live in the older North Indio part of the city, and our area was missed last month. But I will tell you that this past Thursday, we had 2 street sweepers, and I'm going to tell you, they did an excellent job. And I just want to say thank you. I don't know who's in charge of it, but I just wanted to say thank you for that because it really cleaned up our streets. They look awesome. And I hope you guys do purchase the new street sweeper.
We did. Yeah, we approved it.
You did? Nice. Nice. I'd also like to make a comment about painters with their trucks and spilling paint on our streets. I hope that gets rectified somehow. I don't know how, but it's horrible. Makes our streets look really bad.
Well, where did you see that?
Oh, it's on Fred Waring, it's on Monroe Street, it's almost throughout the city. What happens is these trucks carry these 5-gallon containers of paint, and one of them falls over, and you got paint line running down the street. And you go by in your car, if you're behind them, it gets all over your car. It's horrible. Yeah. But I hope something gets done with that. The other thing is Avenue 49 in Violet. It's a basin. I hope that somebody takes a look at that because it's horrible. It's been horrible. I brought this up numerous times to City Council, and it gets fixed for one week, and the next week it goes to heck. So somebody please look at that area and have them clean it up the way it's supposed to be. And my last comment is, a month ago, or I believe, yeah, it's been about a month, I did talk about that piece of art, the turtle. I'd like to bring that back to the council if I could somehow, because that turtle does not belong in a sports park. I'd love to see it brought back to council, talk about it, so we could get that off of the Indio Sports Park. It's coming. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, can we have somebody look at the basin?
Yes.
And then what was the last thing on the art piece?
Unless one of you that voted for it would like to reconsider its location. I mean, that's the strict way to look at it. We could forward it back to the Arts Commission to review again. It's really up to you. Personally, a sports park needs to look and feel fun. So I think Mr. Zamudio is right. It's not intended to be a playground, a play surface, if that's the right word, or a component of a playground. But it's certainly a fun component to what will be a fun place. So I'm not sure I see it as much of a problem, but let us know what you feel should be done.
My position was initially when we voted on it, it happened pretty fast. We were talking about the point of entry, and then we said, well, how about the sports park? And then it was like, oh yeah, we got consensus sports park. And I thought about it. This is one that I brought back and said, it may not make a difference, but I want to change my position on it because I think a sports park should be a sports park. I mean, it should have a fun component, but I think this is a piece of artwork that probably would go somewhere else. And so that's why I had asked for it to come back. You know, but I just think there was not that much conversation and thought. It was one of those, let's make a quick decision and we'll move on. And so I think, I mean, my vote was opposed of putting it there, so it would have to be another member to ask to bring it back.
Well, I just want to give my input. I only supported it to find a place for it, and I think that's backwards, because I should have considered the art piece and asked, do we really need this in our community? And the answer is no, but you know, the art committee put in so much work into this process that it was kind of hard to send it back to them again. I don't mind reconsidering it, but I just don't feel that we should be finding a place for a piece of art for the sake of finding a place for the piece of art.
So council, it's not an agendized item today.
Right.
I know that you guys are talking about whether you want to talk about it. If it's the direction of the council or it's the consensus, we can just place the turtle back on the agenda. And
Tortoise.
Tortoise.
Just kidding.
Tortoise.
Just kidding.
Tortoise. Place the tortoise back on the agenda. And
Half dinosaur, yeah. So I don't know if it's consensus. I'm number 2.
No, I'm fine with bringing it back. At least to consider. I like the piece, but the location we can reconsider. So I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zamudio. Appreciate it. Any other public comments?
Yes, Mayor. Chris Martinez is on Zoom. Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name again is Chris Martinez, and I am one of the 4 cannabis application appellants. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you guys may know, we have been scheduled for an appeals hearing on May 24, 2023, which is next week. The basis of our appeals concerns our scores and the methodology that was utilized to determine those scores. We requested a copy of the applications to fairly and properly prepare for our appeals. These records would give us insight to whether or not our application was correctly scored and that the process was fair and equal. It would also have given us insight on whether or not an appeals was even worth our time and effort. We were led to believe that these documents would be produced when staff said they were working on it, and that there was substantial information to gather and to redact. One business day before our appeals briefs were due, the city informed us that we were denied the opportunity to have these records in preparation for our hearing. The response stated in part, while the public has a strong interest in scrutinizing the process leading to the selection of the successful applicants, the public interest in keeping these proposals confidential outweighs the public's interest in disclosure until the evaluation process is complete. Disclosing the details of all the competing proposals while the evaluation process is ongoing would interfere with the city selection process and impair its ability to secure the best possible outcome for the city's residents. The evaluation process, and that's enclosed of what the response was, the evaluation process by the review committee has been completed. Appellants are not being reevaluated, and neither are the top 5 scoring applicants who are currently invited to provide presentations to the city council. Additionally, this was originally a request from us as a paid participant of the process and not the general public. And these records could have remained between just the participants, if the city staff had chosen to do so. Unfortunately, we were again forced to make decisions about our cannabis application with substantial information missing. We will relay this information to we will relay this information to the hearing officer, but it's not going to change the fact that we were not given the opportunity to properly prepare with the pertinent information that the city holds. Again, I greatly appreciate the city council's time and attention on this. I hope everyone does have a great night. And in regards to the art piece, the tortoise, maybe we could add a baseball helmet or a bat next to it. But once again, I appreciate everyone's time and attention on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
No more comments, Mayor.
No other comments? Everybody good?
I like the baseball.
I know. No, I think it needs to be like a mutant. It needs to be like a ninja turtle. Is what I think
If
that
it
would
was
be.
an elephant, it would be Oakland A or Las Vegas A now.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, if there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and adjourn, and our next council meeting is going to be on June 7th. Thank you. All right. 7 o'clock, not too